The April 21st, 2026 regular business meeting of the Douglas County School Board of Education is now called to order. We will begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Here.
Director Densler?
Here.
Director Geiger?
Here.
Director Meek? Here. Director Parker?
Here.
Director Ryan?
Here.
And Director Thompson?
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. We'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Great, thank you. We will move right into the DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Thank you so much and welcome everyone. Good evening. Tonight we have some incredible schools to recognize, but before we get there, we want to celebrate a really important community partner, the Denver Broncos Foundation. Would the following people please join me up front? Jury DeRusso and Brad Whittakis and Danny Windsor, Assistant Superintendent. I think Brad is running in right now. Look at that. Talk about on time. Oh, wow, you got a whole round of applause. It's pretty cool. Yeah. That's right. Oh, you're going to get one in a minute. Over the years, the Denver Broncos Foundation has supported students of DCSD in so many ways. From grant and programmatic support of activities and athletics at our schools, to safety equipment such as helmets, and even automated external defibrillators, or AEDs. You may or may not know that the AED located at Legend High School saved the life of a football player from an opposing team in early 2025. On behalf of all of us in our school district, we are so grateful to you and to the Denver Broncos Foundation, and I know that both Danny and Brad have a few words they want to say as well.
I'll start, yeah. Hey, I just really need everyone to know that this is a phenomenal partnership. Superintendent Kate already spoke about our helmet initiative, all in, all covered. Depending on enrollment, it was 25 top-of-the-line Axiom helmets that were contributed to some schools, 21 for some in the enrollment. All around student and athlete player safety. The initiative has just been a phenomenal opportunity for us to continue to showcase that in terms of safety and supporting our schools. The second thing I just want to make sure that we reiterate as well is there additional help in launching our flag football for our girls at our high school level. So 3 years ago, they began a pilot that landed for 2 years. 2 years ago, we finally sanctioned our girls' flag football. And of course, Douglas County has the 2 state titles for that specific area, which is rather exciting. So from our specific district athletics office, I just really want to say to the Broncos Foundation again, just thank you for your continued partnership and helping us to continue to be better.
Very much would like to articulate the same things as Brad. I think a big part of Douglas County Schools is making sure students feel connected to our schools. A big part of what you've helped us done is have more students be safely connected to schools in a variety of different ways. We have about 120 some odd % of our students involved in different athletics and activities in our district, of students doing multiple things, and having the support of an incredible foundation such as yours to help our students be involved is something we greatly appreciate. Partnerships mean a lot to us. It's something we talk a lot about, and very thankful for the work that our board helps us lead and our superintendent, but it also takes somebody stepping forward to do that work. It means the world to us, and thank you very much. Thank you.
We have a couple more things, but first I have to say, of course, we all know who's going to win the Super Bowl next year. Yes? Go Broncos!
Come on.
And Director Geiger is here for a plaque. And we'd like to take some pictures. Set this here for a minute. Jerry, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Okay, now we get to recognize some of our amazing schools who have been named RAMP certified schools by the American School Counselor Association. So I want to have the following people please join me up front. Dr. Kelly Smith, Director of Health, Wellness, and Prevention. Our counseling leads, Renee Colley and Camby Crabb, as well as our Deputy Superintendent, Danelle Hyatt. I was like, they're coming, right? Okay, excellent. Mistakes were made, yeah. We would also like to have representatives from the following schools. Please come join us up front. Castleview High School, Chaparral High School, Clear Sky Elementary, Legend High School, Mesa Middle School, Northeast Elementary, Prairie Crossing Elementary, and Sand Creek Elementary. So just come on over here. And what an amazing long list of schools. Love it. All right, stack in. And I would love to have Dr. Smith talk to us about the significance of this accomplishment by our amazing schools.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Kane. It is my privilege and honor to speak on behalf of Douglas County Counseling Team. We are humbled and privileged to have this representation of our RAMP schools. This illustrates the work that our lead counselors and counselors have done in the district around comprehensive school counseling. All of our schools in Douglas County work within the national model, the American School Counselor National Model. They look at their data every year, they design their programs, and then they deliver programs based on academic achievement, social emotional development, and college and career planning. They develop those lessons, they deliver those lessons, and then they take results and assessment on those lessons and report them out to the community. All of our counselors do that. What sets these teams ahead of that is they not only did it, but then they went out to an outside evaluation agency, ASCA, and they said, this is what we do, and this is why we do it. These are the results that we have, and then this is what we're gonna do better next time. To people that don't know them, don't know our district, don't know our school counselors, which is incredible that they were able to illustrate that high level of excellence, which I'm not surprised. So thank you for letting me speak. We're so proud of our RAMP designees, and we now have, we just counted again, 12 RAMP schools in our district, and there's only 20 in the state. So we have more than half of the RAMP schools in the state. So congratulations to all of you. I can't wait to celebrate with you.
All right, we have lots of certificates from our directors, so they are going to come and attempt to hand those out, and we will do a picture as well. Congratulations to all of you. I just want to personally say how appreciative I am of all that you do for our kids in their best moments and their hardest moments. You guys are amazing, so thank you so much. Some of the cheerleaders squat in the front, like. All right, come stack in this way. Yeah, come stack in. There you go. All right, we're doing a big group photo. Giant group photo. Okay. If you can't see that, they can't see. I don't know where to look. Great. All right. Thank you again to all of you. Thank you again. You guys are amazing. And President Meek, that concludes tonight's recognitions.
Yeah, thank you very much for those spotlight celebrations. Great, the next item on our agenda is acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Clark and Callahan, sorry. and seconded by Director Densler, that the board approve the agenda as presented. The motion is now open for discussion. Seeing none, I will take a roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. And moving right along to superintendent reports.
Great, thank you so much. We have many important dates and milestones in April, such as National School Library Month, Autism Acceptance Month, National Occupational Therapy Month, Child Abuse Awareness Month, Deaf History Month. And then we have a few weeks. April 6th through 10th is National Assistant Principal Week. April 20th through 24th is our after-school Professional Appreciation Week, so thank you to our base staff. April 20th through the 24th is also Public School Volunteer Week. April 1st is Paraprofessional Appreciation Day, so thank you so much to all of our education assistants. April 22nd is Administrative Professionals Appreciation Day. I know I speak for all of us when we give our appreciation to the amazing people that make our work possible. And April 28th is School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. 8 DCSD students were named 2026 Daniels Scholars. This is a crazy number. Students are selected for their strength of character, leadership potential, commitment to service, and academic promise. Congratulations to these outstanding DCSD students. Hannah Knight from Castleview High School, Ethan Quintana from Chaparral High School, Grace Gardner from Highlands Ranch High School, Charlotte Radcliffe from Legend High School, Isaac Vaughn from Mountain Vista High School, Michelle Muntalga from Rock Canyon High School, Ashton Stamp from Rock Canyon High School, and Allison alums from Skyview Academy. What an amazing accomplishment, and we will celebrate those kids in the future. 33 DCSD teachers have been nominated for the 2027 Colorado Teacher of the Year Award. I'm gonna say that again. 33 of our amazing DCSD teachers have been nominated for Colorado Teacher of the Year. Best of luck to these amazing educators, and I can't wait to see Douglas County School District clean up with a 2027 Colorado Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to our 2026 Apple Award winners. It was so much fun celebrating them at the Apple Awards last month. Thank you to our board directors who attended. I know it means a lot to our staff, and thank you to everybody that went. It was just an amazing and beautiful event, and we got to do it half outside in April, which is really crazy. It was so much fun celebrating everyone. We celebrated Classified Employee of the Year, Bailey Morse from Plum Creek Academy, Department Employee of the Year, Janet Merrill from Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Elementary Educator of the Year, Teresa Lane from Lone Tree Elementary School, Secondary Educator of the Year, Kimberly Sigmund from Ponderosa High School, and District Administrator of the Year, Jen Oldham from Larkspur Elementary School. So we're gonna do one more round of applause for all those amazing people. I promise we won't do it every time because we'll never get through, but so our teachers are amazing. Ponderosa High School Social Studies teacher and alum, Dr. Mark Thornson, was selected as the winner of the Governor's Award for Excellence in Holocaust Education. Way to go, Dr. Thornson, what an honor. Congratulations to Aspen View Academy teacher, Kristen Lopez, who was named Most Valuable Teacher by the Colorado Avalanche. Congratulations to DCSD Legacy Campus students who were named Grand Champion at High Energy Robotics Showdown, hosted by the NRL Colorado Robotics League. The Legacy Campus team was called Chopped Liver and received a $500 school grant. DCSD nurse consultants Amber Norwood and Denise Shore passed the National Board for Certification of School Nurses exam. They have officially earned the NCSN credential, a prestigious distinction that reflects their hard work and deep commitment to school nursing excellence that is now held by 9 DCSD school nurse consultants. 23 students were named winners at the Continental League Art Show last month. You can all see we have an art show going on right now. The 2026 DCSD Experience Survey window is open through May 8th. So families, staff, and middle and high school students received survey links via email. We will continue to send reminders and encourage our community to complete these surveys, which provide important data about their experiences with our school district. So everyone, please make sure to complete your survey. Upcoming graduations, it's hard to believe, but here we are. We're quickly approaching graduation season. It's amazing to me how spring break happens and then it's over. Information about graduation ceremonies can be found on our website. Friday, April 21st is the last professional development day of the year. I will be presenting the state of DCSD to our teachers and staff in every feeder on that day. I'm really looking forward to it. It's one of my favorite days in the year when I get to see so many of our teachers and staff in person. Save the dates and events for these dates. Middle school, high school art show, see Exhibit A, April 22nd through 29th, right here. The bus rodeo is April 25th at Ponderosa High School, where our bus drivers compete with bus drivers from other districts at an all-day event. It is the coolest thing ever. They compete with like parallel parking a school bus between two cones with no space. I can't even do that with my car, so I don't get it, but they're amazing. So that's the bus rodeo. Elementary art show is May 1st through 8th here at Legacy. The State of DCSD event is May 4th at the Legacy campus. Everyone in the community is invited, and I hope you'll come. The DCSD retirement ceremony to celebrate all of our amazing retiring professionals is May 7th at the Legacy campus. And then we have a Legacy campus signing day and reception on May 8th at 7:30 a.m., celebrating our graduating seniors who are signing with employers. Middle school career discovery camp is June 3rd through 5th here at Legacy. And the Perseverance Golf Tournament is July 27th at Plum Creek Golf Club. And finally, another note on the experience survey. Every once in a while, we get a surprise. So this year's surprise was that the data that was coming in was filling the dashboard live and mixing up with last year's data. Really awesome. So we've taken the experience survey down and put a under construction page on our website until we can figure out how to filter last year and this year. So we're working to get it corrected, and that concludes my superintendent updates.
It's worth clapping, right? The number of celebrations and honors in our district for our students and our staff, it's really extraordinary. So thank you for sharing those as usual in our meetings. So public comment is our next item on the agenda. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process, and the board values hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker tonight will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. To support a respectful and productive environment and to model for our students the civil discourse we expect, we ask all speakers to please address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Please be aware that public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district website in accordance with open meeting law, and if you wish to keep personal information private, please do not include it in your comments. Just as a reminder, board members do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up later by the board president, or operational matters by being referred to the superintendent. And we do not have any student speakers tonight, I believe, so we have a couple of virtual speakers that will start first. And in-person speakers, if you want to start making your way down to the front rows, it does take a little bit of time to make your way down. Feel free to start coming on down. When your name is called, please come forward, adjust the microphone so we can hear you clearly, and begin with identifying yourself by name and whether you are speaking for yourself, another individual, or a group. And I'll call speakers 3 at a time, but I will start with our remote public commenters. And first I have Kim Carroll, followed by Laureen Bull. Kim Carroll.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. Ms. Carroll, are you able to hear us?
Ms. Carroll, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. My name is Kim Carroll, and I live in Parker. Both of my boys graduated from Chaparral. And I've read the security documents that are on the agenda today, and I have some concerns about what the Board of County Commissioners is proposing. First of all, we all want our schools to be safe, and we know it's a multi-layer approach. But I guess my big concern is with the commissioners only wanting to put money towards a very specific security system, Evolve, and SROs. The security system in question, Evolve, has had many red flags when I looked it up. It's been investigated by the FTC, the SEC. It needs to be calibrated just perfectly, or it's either going to miss a knife like it did at a school in central New York, or it's going to cause a metal lunchbox to come across as possibly a bomb, which it did happen to a 7-year-old. So I have heard the commissioners speak passionately about that they care about mental health. And I would love to see them put their money towards more personnel for mental health counseling, or for more people to do threat assessments, because we know when students are connected to other students and their teachers and their school, they are less likely to want to harm others in the school or themselves. So I would prefer the money go to something more like the mental health end of it. As for SROs, I don't think they're the answer, but I do believe that a lot of people think it's a way to build community. So if that's where the Board of Education and the BOCC can agree a little bit, then I would want to make sure that the SROs are absolutely trained to make sure that every student feels safe and secure to go to those SROs. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Next, we will have Laureen Bull, followed by Liz Wagner, Sean Benson, and Lauren Rilling. Laureen Bull, is she online?
Go ahead, Ms. Bold.
Hi, my name is Laureen Bowl, and I speak tonight on behalf of the Douglas County chapter of FAIR and hundreds of concerned parents and taxpayers. We all want our schools to deliver objective, evidence-based education that advances the board's goal of academic excellence for every child. Values and worldview formation belong to families, not to required textbooks. District policy IJ is clear. Instructional materials must be appropriate, equitable, viable, research-based, standards-based, and relevant. They must advance academic excellence, and any areas of potential controversy must be identified and justified. Unfortunately, 3 proposed resources fall short of these standards. History Alive, World Connections, and America Through the Lens do not fully meet the board standard of academic excellence. History Alive uses an experiential rock, paper, scissors simulation in the Industrial Revolution unit so students can, quote, feel capitalist inequality, while providing far less balanced examination of free market outcomes or the documented historical results of 20th century communist systems. America Through the Lens frames US history primarily as an exploration of identity and cultural heritage. These approaches risk prioritizing one's interpretive lens over the chronological rigor, primary sources, and full range of evidence our students need to develop independent critical thinking. Even more concerning is I'm Here, a peer counseling guide for teens at Thunder Ridge High School. This text trains high school students to counsel peers on mental health issues, emotions, conflict, bullying, and the impact of discrimination on marginalized groups. Teens are not licensed therapists. They lack the training, supervision, maturity, and legal safeguards that professional counselors have. The documented risks include inappropriate or inaccurate advice during crises, breaches of confidentiality, gossip, vicarious trauma for the student quote counselors, and delayed access to real professional help, especially for the very students who may already face the greatest challenges. These materials, while well-intentioned, do not fully satisfy policy IJ's requirements for appropriateness and academic excellence. They blur critical professional boundaries and shift values formation away from families. I respectfully urge the board to review all three resources against your own policy standards, return the values education to families, and ensure that counseling support for children remains in the purview of qualified adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bull. Next, we will move to in-person. We'll start with Liz Wagner, followed by Sean Benson, and then Lauren Rilling. Ms. Wagner, yes.
Good evening. Sorry I'm tardy. Supposed to be in the front row, but I wasn't. I'm here this evening to chat with you about governance. And as you hear from the Douglas County Federation tonight, I want to encourage you all to recognize that when a school board enters into a collective bargaining agreement, it voluntarily gives away significant authority and flexibility to an outside labor union. Important decisions about teacher placement, evaluation, working conditions, transfer rights, and even how resources are used become subject to negotiation and union approval rather than board direction. You were elected, not the union. A CBA locks the district into rigid one-size-fits-all rules that can take years to change. It slows down innovation, limits principals' ability to build strong teams, and makes it harder to respond quickly to what is best for kids in individual classrooms. Your job is to govern transparently and in the best interest of students and taxpayers, not to delegate core management decisions to a private organization that is not accountable to the voters. You were each publicly elected by the voters of Douglas County to lead the school district. You are not elected to hand over control of our schools to a private entity. I respectfully urge you to remember why you were elected and also why the Douglas County School District exists. It doesn't exist for adults. It doesn't exist to build schools. It exists for one reason: to educate children. The children are not, they don't benefit from a collective bargaining agreement. They benefit from a free, appropriate public education for those with special educational needs. And I would ask you, what is the problem you're hoping to solve, potentially, if you decide to go with a collective bargaining agreement? Are you solving for step and lane? Oh, you already have that. What's the financial cost to the students of this district if you do a collective bargaining agreement and you don't pass an MLO or a bond? What's that going to cost the students? An education. What are you going to cut if you can't fund the step and lane? Who cares about a step and lane if you can't fund it? Doesn't matter. So again, you're going to
15
hear
seconds remaining.
you're going to hear some myths and some facts, and it's a sales pitch. And all that glitters is not gold. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Next, we have Sean Benson, followed by Lauren Rilling, and then Jennifer Iverson. Mr. Benson.
Let's get that. There we go. I know some mic etiquette. All right. First things first, I want to give credit where credit is due and recognize every member of this board, including Superintendent Aaron Kane, for putting the phone down during the entire meeting last month. That simple action did not go unnoticed, and I thank you for taking this seriously. The latest policy recommendation for the digital crack pipe in schools allows high school kids to get that dopamine hit between classes, and it permits teachers to allow exceptions in class. But wait, there's more. It also allows exceptions in a student's 504 plan. So, the addicts in charge can override the district policy, and the severely addicted narcissists can file paperwork for their very own fake 504 plan. Just like all the fake service animals we now see in grocery stores and restaurants. What could possibly go wrong? That is a very far cry from a full-out ban on the phones. I feel like I'm screaming at the top of my lungs about this in a room where no one's listening at all. I wrote an entire album about the damage this drug is doing to humanity, but no one in the music industry is listening either. Everyone's just nodding their head, waiting for me to stop talking so they all say, "Shut up, Sean, we like our drugs." Remember this moment. Remember that there was one guy here standing here trying to save our kids in this district by taking their drugs away at school. When, not if, the next teenage mental health crisis happens, probably a suicide, in Douglas County, remember that there was one guy here trying to prevent it. And there's no question that tragedy will be linked to the damage done by these stupid phones. Everyone is so focused on fake bullying, aka cyberbullying, that they don't see the actual problem right there in front of their face in their own hands, the smartphone. Those of you who enable this cyberbullying nonsense are the same parents giving your own kids these phones where your so-called cyberbullying occurs. Words are not violence, and cyberbullying isn't actual bullying. Ask me how I know. You can't bully someone with words, and if they don't have this stupid phone, then problem solved. The dumb parents who give their kids this drug are absolutely responsible for the damage resulting from their addiction. But everyone on this board who did not vote for a full-out ban in our schools, including high schools, you will be culpable. You will absolutely be culpable. There will be collateral damage if you don't remove this drug from our schools, and all it takes is one hit, just one hit, and it makes you a statistic. I know, everyone thinks I'm overreacting, I should just shut up and comply. But I can't comply when I know the reason why. No one can converse, they can't even look you in the eye. That drug in your hand is how we die. You have the chance right here, right now, to be on the correct side of this issue. When voting on this policy tonight, remember how much better the world was when you were in school before this drug ever existed.
15
and ask
seconds
yourself,
remaining.
what is that hill I'm willing to die on, and what do I really stand for? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Next, we have Lauren Rilling, followed by Jennifer Iverson, and then Matthew Solak. Ms. Rilling.
Good evening. The DCF wants exclusive representation over every teacher in this district, meaning the union speaks for all teachers, including those who don't want it. The DCF is affiliated with the American Federation of Teachers, which partners with the NEA, together the two largest political lobbying forces in public education. The AFT spends only 36% of its budget on actually representing teachers, while pouring $41 million annually into political lobbying for Democrats. The NEA expands bargaining beyond wages into political campaigns that, quote, don't end once the union settles its contract. This isn't a labor negotiation, it's a political operation. And since I know the board frowns upon cherry-picking data, let's talk about how the DCF presentation slides for tonight do exactly that. The evidence on slide 10 that you'll see on teacher support for unions is a union survey of union members in favor of unions. Now, unions paint a picture that teachers can't get fair work conditions and pay without them. But this community has shown up. Teacher pay has increased 33% in recent years without a union. The board, leadership, and community are already behind supporting teachers. The data that the DCF chooses to tell doesn't tell that story because it doesn't serve the agenda. Now, the district is losing enrollment because families are choosing alternatives, not because of academics, but because of values. And embedding a national political lobbying machine inside the district only drives that wedge deeper. And we're all aware of the fiscal challenges this district faces. A collective bargaining agreement locks in extraneous obligations. It handcuffs the district at the exact moment that it needs flexibility to prioritize its dollars that affect students the most. And finally, a comprehensive literature review of 3 decades of research found that collective bargaining has either no effect or a negative effect on student outcomes. And for anyone who wants them, I have a list of these studies available. DCSD is the #1 performing district in the Denver metro area with a 93.6% graduation rate. This board should be protecting what's working, not handing it over to a political machine that the evidence says makes student outcomes worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rilling. Next, we will have Jennifer Iverson, followed by Matthew Solak, and then Bill Haymaker. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kane. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and I am representing Douglas County parents this evening. We bring to the board's attention a matter of serious concern. Curriculum Associates, the company that owns iReady, is currently facing a federal class action lawsuit. 4 students represented by their parents allege the company unlawfully collects and shares sensitive student data without proper parental consent. That data includes names, students' IDs, grade levels, behavioral information, responses to academic questions, and IP addresses, allegedly transmitted in real time to third-party service providers. The suit brings claims under the Federal Wiretap Act, several Privacy Acts, and a Consumer Protection Act. The case is active in federal courts as of April 2026. Curriculum Associates, an assessment provider serving more than 17 million students in grades K through 12, denies any wrongdoing. Beyond this lawsuit, there are documented ethical concerns about the validity of iReady's assessments. The platform does not test phonemic awareness past 2nd grade, yet it continues to report that older students have mastered or tested out of that skill without actually assessing it. This is deeply problematic because many students continue to develop foundational reading skills well beyond the 2nd grade. Teachers and parents deserve accurate data, not the appearance of it. We urge this board and Superintendent Kane to review the district's relationship and contracts with Curriculum Associates and to ensure our students are being served by tools that are both trustworthy and honest. Douglas County Parents has also stood behind and by the educators in this district. We have previously supported all mill levy overrides to increase teacher pay and benefits, because how we treat teachers reflects how seriously we take the education of our children. Teachers are the touchstone of public education. They show up every day to meet students where they are, challenge them, and help them reach their full potential. That work is demanding, deeply skilled, and deserves genuine recognition. DCP supports our teachers, and we encourage the board and superintendent to listen to their concerns and requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next, we have Matthew Solak, followed by Bill Haymaker, and then Sarah Spillin. Mr. Solak.
Hello, I'm Matthew Solak. I'm a teacher at Legend High School and a proud member of Douglas County Federation. Well, I have been coming before this board for the last 14 years, advocating for the return of collective bargaining. I've worked on countless elections to get funding for our schools. I've spoken out against bad ideas and supported policies that move our district forward. It's funny how easy it is to break something and how hard it is to put the pieces back together. During the darkest times of the last 14 years, and they were quite dark at times, my personal mantra was, do what's right for students. This mantra was a daily reminder of what was important when it wasn't so easy to see. Why did I stay and fight the good fight? Why didn't I flee like so many others? Why have I put so much time and effort into putting the pieces back together? Because I believe in this place. Because I know that my colleagues also put their students first. Because I want what's best for our students. Collective bargaining will give these dedicated professionals the respect and voice they deserve. You should want to implement their expertise. They are what make DCSD a great place for our students. When the professionals in the classrooms have a say in their working conditions, students' learning conditions also improve. Trust these people behind me. Trust them enough to give them a real voice in decision making. You will be proud of their dedication and inspired by their perspective. Collective bargaining will help repair the damage done 14 years ago. Let's work together for our common goal, our students' success. Please hear our voices. Please reinstate collective bargaining. Please, after 14 years, I need to get back and focus on my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Solak. Next, we have Bill Haymaker, followed by Sarah Spillin, and then Wendy Himes. Mr. Haymaker.
Thank you, Board, and for this opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Bill Haymaker, and I'm a Douglas County resident. I'm a parent of 2 sons who attended school here, and I'm a retired teacher for this district. I was a member and building representative for the Douglas County Federation, and I now serve as president of our retiree chapter. I taught elementary band and orchestra in this district from 1982 until my program was cut. At about the same time, collective bargaining was eliminated here. So I've seen this district at its best. And there was a time when Douglas County schools were second to none. We attracted outstanding teachers because this was a place people wanted to work. Salaries were competitive, yes, but just as important, there was respect. Teachers and staff had a voice. We worked in partnership with the board and administration, building strong schools together. That partnership mattered. It created stability. It supported teachers in growing professionally. And most importantly, it gave students a rich, well-rounded education that they deserve. So what we've seen over the past 14 years is not just change, it's been decline. We've lost so many experienced educators. We've lost programs that inspired students. And too often, education has become politicized instead of focused on what's best for kids. This can be turned around. We know what worked because we've lived it. I urge you to restore collective bargaining, not as a political act, but as a commitment to collaboration, respect, and strong schools for our teachers and staff, for our community, and for every student in Douglas County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haymaker. All right, next we have Sarah Spillin, followed by Wendy Himes, and then Haley Burke. Ms. Spillin.
Good evening, all. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sarah Spillin, and I'm actually a second-generation Douglas County School District educator. My children also now go to Douglas County schools, so our family is very invested. I've spent my entire career in Douglas County and really at one school. I'm here to give you a little bit of perspective on a collective bargaining agreement, and I appreciate the people who are speaking on both sides, and I think that's something that we also need to hear, even if we disagree, that we need to hear both sides and make sure that we can come to an agreement. First, all the other major school districts in the Denver metro area have a collective bargaining agreement except for Douglas County and Sheridan School District 2. Considering both hiring and retaining high-quality educators, this could potentially turn away new and experienced staff looking for open positions. Second, in the past 15 years, the pendulum has swung between traditional and conservative school boards. With each pendulum swing, significant changes have been implemented that affect how and what students are taught. Many of these changes also eroded trust between staff and district administration. A collective bargaining agreement would provide stability through any additional changes and would benefit both students and staff. Finally, education has never been an easy profession. Over my almost 20-year career, the workload, state requirements, class sizes, and students needing support haven't made this calling any easier. During stressful times, having a plan with clear expectations and a voice in day-to-day classroom happenings makes collaboration beneficial for our children, who are why we are all here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Wendy Himes, followed by Haley Burke, and then Lori Naughton. Wendy Himes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Wendy Himes, and I've been teaching freshman and senior English at Legend High School for 4 great years, and at Colorado Early Colleges at Parker Charter School before that. I was also nominated for Colorado Teacher of the Year, and Ms. Kane, you sent me a lovely congratulations letter, so thank you. I've come here as a mother and a teacher. When my husband and I moved our young children back to Colorado from Texas in 2006, Douglas County School District, especially Parker, was the only county we would consider to raise our children because of its good and national reputation in the U.S. for excellent education. Our oldest son was about to start kindy, and his education at Legacy Point and then Sagewood was paramount to us, with 2 toddler brothers starting a few years later. In 2012, things changed, and the Douglas County School District was then on the national news for different reasons. Our children's class sizes grew, and it was a detriment to them because they all had ADD. Although they kept their A's and B grades through graduation, 1 in 3 weeks from Ponderosa, but he will still have A's and B's, it did come at a cost for all of them. My husband and I worked with our children in the evenings because their teachers did not have the time to answer all the students' questions that day because the one-on-one time had become less. I teach 175 precious souls at Legend High School, and I adore them all. I have 31 in one class, 34 in another, 31 freshmen, 34 seniors. One of the freshman classes is co-taught because half of the students have learning disabilities, most profoundly the ADHD. The difference between 27 and 34 students in a classroom is surprisingly perceptible, especially for students with these learning disabilities. When a few are sick, the difference is profound. The one-on-one time has become less again. The grades have gone down in those classes for the individual students, and frustration levels have gone up with parents as well. I'm praying that Douglas County School District will once again have the excellent reputation where young parents who are moving back to Colorado will consider no other county to raise and educate their students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Haley Burke, followed by Lori Naughton, and then Lydia Hayes. Ms. Burke.
Good evening. My name is Hallie Burke, and I teach 4th grade at Buffalo Ridge in Castle Pines. If you've ever stepped into a 4th grade classroom, you know it's a world full of boundless energy, complex math problems, and students who are just starting to find their voices. So today, I'm here to use mine. You may not be able to tell from this angle, but I'm preparing for a big change in my own life. I'm unexpected mother with my first baby girl due in June. And like any parent, my primary goal is to ensure a stable, secure future for my growing family. However, that personal stability is directly tied to my professional environment. A collective bargaining agreement isn't just about numbers on a page, it's about predictability and protection. For an educator in my position, it means knowing exactly what my leave looks like, having guaranteed health care support, and knowing that my position is secure while I step away to take care of my child. A CBA means having enforceable protections so we can care for our families and keep showing up for our students with stability and dignity. When teachers have the peace of mind that a fair contract provides, we can bring our best selves to our students. We aren't distracted by the what-ifs of medical costs or the uncertainty of returning to work. We're focused on the children. I love my students, and I want to be the best teacher possible for them. But to be a great teacher and a great mother, I need the structural support that only a formal agreement can provide. I'm asking you to recognize that by supporting a fair collective bargaining agreement, you are investing in the long-term health of our classrooms and the families that keep this district running. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Naughton, followed by Lydia Hayes, and then Whitney Gregg. Ms. Naughton.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lori Naughton, and I'm a Castle Rock parent. I had 2 boys that graduated from Douglas County High School, go Huskies, and I've been working here for 10 years. I am a veteran 33-year science teacher. I've been in the field a long time, and I got 5 years left, but I'm still here speaking. I'm here to speak about 4 critical issues: retention, competitiveness, and professional expertise and stability that we need in our district. And I feel collective bargaining in place for teachers will really improve these critical issues. Right now, we're not competitive with our neighboring metro area districts. This is not just a talking point. It is something I've experienced firsthand. Just in the last few years, I've lost 2 the best teachers I've ever met in my life, qualified teachers, from my own team. And they have gone to other districts that have walked out of our school and left. And it's just heartbreaking because I miss them so much. They offer our own team to other districts that offer significantly higher pay. And we are also losing young teachers that are leaving teaching altogether due to the lack of stability and compensation in education. And we're losing a good one this year that's leaving. These were strong educators who supported students and contributed meaningful to our school community. Losing them impacts not only our staff morale, but also student learning and consistency. Retention is directly tied to competitiveness. When we cannot offer salaries and working conditions that match surrounding districts, we cannot keep the talented educators we already have, let alone attract new ones. As a veteran teacher, I bring decades of professional expertise into my classroom every single day. The experience matters for mentoring new teachers, for supporting students, and for maintaining high instructional quality. But expertise must be valued, and it must be supported if districts expect educators to stay long-term. Finally, stability is essential. Students benefit most when they are consistent, experienced teachers in their classroom. Frequent turnover disrupts relationships, learning, and school culture. We are asking for collective bargaining because it allows for a stronger, more transparent system that supports educators and allows us to remain committed to this district. Our goal is simple: to build a stable, competitive environment where teachers can thrive and where students will ultimately succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lydia Hayes, followed by Whitney Gregg, and then Susan Renton. Lydia Hayes.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a cold, so I don't want to get too close and get all the germs on here. All right, good evening, President Meek, members of the board, and Superintendent Kane. My name is Lydia Hayes, and I am a 20-year teacher at Iron Horse Elementary and a proud DCSD parent. My commitment to this community is deep. I am the mother of a 2020 Chaparral graduate who is now a commissioned naval officer training to fly the Osprey. I have a current senior at CHAP who has been captain and co-captain in 3 sports and is headed to CU on the pre-med track in the fall. Beyond my classroom, I have previously served on the building leadership team. I'm a veteran Battle of the Books coach, and I am currently a mentor teacher for a Legend High School student through Legacy Campus. I'm also a 2-time recipient of the Ambassador Award from the Douglas County District Language and Culture Engagement Department for 2025 and 2026. Additionally, I've been a consistent member of Teacher Connect for the last 2 years, and I serve as the elementary representative for the DCF Executive Board. I brought this binder today. This is from the first educational research class I took through Douglas County School District with a union trainer 20 years ago. Even after earning 2 master's degrees, one which allows me to be a K-12 reading specialist, this resource remains one I cherish. This is what the union provides: high-level, practitioner-led training that directly impacts student literacy. Historically, some in this district have characterized the union as an outside force or even as thugs. I am standing here tonight to put a face and a name to a DCF member. The union is not an outside entity. The union is the staff. It is the dedicated teachers like me who have spent 2 decades in your classrooms and whose own children, the naval officer and the pre-med student, are the success stories of this district. I am here to urge the board to recognize the Douglas County Federation for Collective Bargaining. In my 20 years here, I've seen that a strong educator voice is essential for the stability of our schools. I know the sacrifice of earning 2 master's degrees just to progress on our pay schedule, and I know the peace of mind that comes from having professional representation when challenges arise. I'm asking the board to pass a resolution to recognize the DCF for 3 critical reasons. First, do it to protect educator voice. The best decisions for our students are made when the people standing at the whiteboards have a formal seat at the table. Second, do it to retain our talented staff. We are losing incredible teachers to neighboring districts because we lack the workload protections of a CBA.
15 seconds
to give the
remaining.
next generation, like the student I am currently mentoring, a reason to stay here for 20 years, just as I have. Finally, do it to strengthen student outcomes. As we say in DCF, teaching working conditions are student learning conditions. When we bargain for manageable class sizes and staff safety, we are bargaining for the quality.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Next, we have Whitney Gragg, followed by Susan Renton, and then Tom Yondorf. Whitney Gragg. Is it Gragg?
Gragg,
Gragg,
yes.
thank
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Whitney Gragg, and I'm a concerned parent in Douglas County. While some claim that only a collective bargaining agreement can protect teachers, Colorado's Teacher Employment Contract and Dismissal Act, TECTA, already provides strong statewide protections. These protections go well beyond what the union claims they can deliver. Under TECTA, teachers have clear due process rights. They are entitled to representation, and non-probationary teachers cannot be dismissed without just cause and supporting evidence. The law requires a formal hearing process to ensure fairness. Employment contracts must be in writing, giving both teachers and the district clear, enforceable terms and legal clarity. TECTA also protects teachers from discrimination and retaliation. Non-renewal or dismissal cannot be based on a teacher exercising their First Amendment rights for any discriminatory reason. Additionally, the law includes placement protections. Teacher assignments require mutual consent, ensuring educators are placed in roles where they are both wanted and qualified to succeed. These protections exist in state statute for every teacher in Colorado, union contract or not. They safeguard good teachers while still allowing districts to put students first. The focus of the board must remain on student achievement, not on layering additional contractual barriers that can make it harder to place the best teachers in front of our kids. I encourage the board to recognize that TECTA already delivers meaningful protections for teachers. Let's keep our energy centered on what matters most: excellent instruction and success for every Douglas County student. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Renton, followed by Tom Yondorf, and then Stefan Morandi. Susan Renton.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Kane. My name is Susan Renton, and I'm concerned for our Douglas County students.
Can you adjust your mic, please? Thank you.
Okay. Don't use the mic much. Okay. So I'm here tonight to urge you to focus our district's efforts on what truly improves student learning: effective teaching, strong curriculum, accountability, and real support for students and families, rather than adult labor agreements that have nothing to do with academic success. Collective bargaining agreements are not about students. They are contracts between unions and administrators that cover teacher pay, benefits, seniority rules, transfer rights, evaluations, and working conditions. These agreements contain no requirements to improve student achievement. In fact, they often protect underperforming staff, limit principals' ability to hire and fire, and impose one-size-fits-all rules that ignore the individual needs of our schools and children. The data here in Colorado makes this clear. Of the top 10 highest performing school districts in the state, based on academic proficiency, growth, and graduation rates, only 3 have a collective bargaining agreement. In contrast, of the bottom 10 lowest performing districts, 7 have a CBA in place. If collective bargaining truly improved academics, we would expect the highest performing districts to be heavily unionized and the lowest performing ones to mostly be without contracts. The numbers show the opposite. Many of our struggling districts have had these agreements for years and continue to underperform, while top districts succeed largely without them. Students are not union members. They do not vote in union elections, and they do not benefit when seniority is placed above merit or when ineffective teachers are difficult to remove. Collective bargaining is about adult workplace issues, not about raising test scores, closing achievement gaps, or preparing our children for the future. I respectfully ask the board to reject collective bargaining in our district and instead prioritize policies that put students first, not union contracts. Our kids deserve better than adult politics in the classroom. Thank you for your time and for putting kids first.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Yondorf, followed by Stefan Morandi, and then Kara Schultz. Mr. Yondorf.
I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. Actually, it's been years since I thought of myself as an ordained minister with a pulpit in front of me. I now take great pride in the fact that I am a retired teacher after a career teaching social studies. Collective bargaining is often mischaracterized as all just money grabbing and protecting teachers and these kinds of things. And I guess what I want to say to you is that's not the main thing that it is about in my experience. One of the best things the Douglas County Federation provides is high quality professional development. We offer a wide range of research-based courses that members can take for free, with options to earn graduate credit and move up on the pay scale. And for low-paid teachers, that's excellent, or a lifesaver in some cases. We also train teachers to lead these courses and to tailor the courses to the specific needs of our district, including relicensing for state relicensing. If you want to attract keep excellent teachers, good professional development is an excellent thing to have. Early in my career, I took several professional development courses, and I'm just going to name a couple of them that stick with me to this date. And I just want you, if you have a second, to think about the importance of these topics to survive and prosper in today's classrooms. For example, strategies for classroom management. Adjusting your lessons for people with different intellectual and emotional needs. Using technology effectively and safely in this rapidly changing AI world is not a joke. Bullying. I must have taken 3 courses over 13 years about aspects of
15
bullying.
seconds remaining.
And I'm almost out of time. And I want to say to you, it's about a lot more than money or rights kind of thing. Providing professional development, for example, is what knits together a learning community for the benefit of our students.
Thank you. Next we have Stefan Morandi, followed by Kara Schultz, and then Janet Zudaway.
Hello, it's nice to see the board. My name is Stephen Morandi. I'm a 4th-year teacher here. I teach general music, choir, band, and orchestra at Flagstone Elementary. As in all jobs, the more direct communication you have with the hands-on workers to the administration, the better and more efficient that job is and the outcomes are. Providing a way for more direct input into contracts allows for all the people working jobs inside our schools to stay longer. Studies show the more educational workers stay in their positions, the better the outcome for the students, as those staff see those children grow and can adjust to their needs, as well as the students having a more consistent face when they walk into school. From the office workers who show kindness and warmth to students, to parents and to community members, the educational assistants that help students one-on-one with their needs, the interventionalists that see that our low and high flyers are not forgotten, our security and custodians that keep everyone safe and clean, and the teachers who teach. Something as simple as more say can make educational workers feel more seen, more heard, more appreciated, and help them stay. Back in our first semester, about a month or so before grading was to start, a decision was handed down that we would be changing to giving grades based on our standards and PLOs. Something that makes sense. However, that gave my colleagues very short notice to adjust. A CBA would allow us to make sure something like that is implemented in a timely manner at the beginning of the school year with full notice. Please allow us to have a CBA so we can all better serve our students and our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kara Schultz, followed by Janet Zudaway, and then Patty Anderson.
Thank you so much for having me. Tonight, I'd also like to share how a CBA that partners you, our Board of Education, with DCF's Professional Development Program and strengthens our district. My name is Kara Schultz, and in addition to being a PLS, Professional Learning Specialist in the district, I am a teacher trainer for DCF's professional development classes. The feedback that we hear consistently from teachers that take our classes is that these PD courses are responsive to their needs, applicable to their jobs, and include real tools that they can start using immediately with students in the classroom. These targeted PD opportunities taught by our teachers are win-win, and they are possible because of the support and investment of our Douglas County Federation of Teachers. In one course I teach, we not only meet the state relicensure requirements in a meaningful way, but we connect teachers, and we explore research-based practices to improve student achievement. Additionally, teachers can translate their hard work and learning into graduate credit. This is how we, as DCF, invest in our teachers. My success in leading DCF's PD stems from their support, from recruitment to training to my own ongoing professional development opportunities. We have done good work since I joined DCSD, but we could do so much more if we could partner consistently with you. You are our Board of Education. Your insights are unique and would complement our perspectives. When we explore together the adoption of a collective bargaining agreement, we explore the opportunity to ensure a partnership that is clear and collaborative in the ongoing development of our teachers, who support our students and make Douglas County the school district from which my children will graduate and I hope to retire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Janet Zudaway, followed by Patty Anderson, and then Thomas Monson.
Good evening. My name is Janet Zodaway, and I'm a retired elementary teacher of over 40 years in both public and private education. I raised 4 kids in Douglas County. I'm here to ask you to vote no to contracting with DC Federation of Teachers Union. Teachers work hard and they deserve our support. But what is being proposed isn't just, I'm sorry, I need to take my glasses off, isn't just support, it's fundamental shift in control. The Douglas County Federation is part of the American Federation of Teachers Union, and it's pushing collective bargaining agreement that promises higher pay and better conditions. But behind the promises is a different reality. More bureaucracy, less flexibility, and a growing layer of outside influence over local schools. I've worked with schools that contracted with unions and those who didn't. Most of my colleagues and I were happier when we were not under contract with a union. Teachers already have to meet expectations from administrators, parents, the board, the state, which takes away from actual meeting the needs of the students in a classroom. Belonging to the union just adds another layer of outside influence and pressure on teachers. Teachers do not stay because of union contracts. They stay because of supportive administrators that treat them with respect and don't micromanage everything they do, and a positive community of teachers, staff, and families all working together. In Colorado, financial limits like Tabor already cap what districts can offer. So while unions promise more money, teachers often see gains offset by dues and constraints. And in 2023, voters approved the mill levy override that delivered nearly $60 million in retroactive pay and boosted teacher salaries by over 9%, which was a major financial commitment already addressing compensation concerns. That was done without being under contract with the union. The influence doesn't stop at contracts, it extends into ideology. The American Federation of Teachers Union has taken strong positions on controversial issues shaping today's classrooms, from DEI and CRT to gender identity policies and expanding in-school counseling, often pushing these ideologies on kids. These initiatives are often introduced with little transparency and often without parental knowledge or consent. The result, classrooms are increasingly shaped by political and social agendas, not just academic priorities. Research indicates that districts with strong, highly financed unions, usually associated with progressive policies, see lower test scores, particularly with contracts prioritizing union benefits over school flexibility and student learning. In the
15
process,
seconds remaining.
entire generations of students are falling behind. The DC Federation and the American Teachers Federation support only Democrat candidates and donate large sums of money to their campaigns, including the 7 members on this board. The current board and the union both support these same ideologies. Perhaps
Thank you.
this raises several questions.
Please complete your statement. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Patty Anderson and then Thomas Monson. Thank you.
Good evening, directors. My name is Patty Anderson, and I am speaking as a parent of a DCSD graduate and 2 high schoolers at Ponderosa High School. I'm here tonight to address the proposal from the Board of County Commissioners and their security system. I have many thoughts, and I just don't know where to start. First of all, this proposal is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist in Douglas County. The best way to prevent catastrophic events is by staff knowing their students. Between our amazing staff we currently have, the current security measures, I am confident in the physical safety of my students. In addition, how will this actually work when it comes down to the details? You're lining up. We've all seen those security lines, whether it be at a concert or heck, even our own football games sometimes, right? And then the wind picks up, the snow comes. As far as I know, most of our high schools do not have space for queuing to keep our students warm and out of conditions. Particularly Ponderosa High School. We have no way of keeping those students safe prior to screenings. So it just doesn't make sense. Secondly, they are asking DCSD to commit to new money to this initiative when we cannot pay our current staff competitive wages. Later tonight, you will hear about the myriad of financial needs of our district and the need for more local funds. Before committing hundreds of thousands of dollars to this initiative, we need to pay our teachers what they deserve. A better way to spend this money would be fund our school counselors. You've heard it from me before, our school council saved my kid's life. We can spend money on training the SROs on how to handle our children in crisis. Our children that are most vulnerable deserve SROs trained in how to handle them. Please do not accept this financial commitment for something that isn't a need. In my last few seconds, I want to give a shout out to all of our winter participants this year. We had both winter guard competitions represented from throughout the district. We also had winter percussion students from throughout the district, and especially I'd like to call out Legend High School, who invited Ponderosa as chaparral to perform with them, and they won state championships in their division. So great job, all of those wonderful students out there participating in a not so popular event out in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Thomas Monson.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. This all came up very suddenly, so I have written notes. I didn't put them on my cell phone. But I want to thank you for this opportunity. I have lived in Douglas County for 40 years. I have 3 children that went through schools in Douglas County, Eagle Ridge, and Highlands Ranch High School. I volunteered in many of the classrooms during that time and also coached different sports, basketball, baseball, and soccer. The reason I wanted to talk to you tonight, and again, it came up very suddenly, was I was listening, or I read an article that was in the Wall Street Journal that was about a speech that was given in University of Texas by Justice Clarence Thomas. And after reading it, I just read it just in the last 4 or 5 days, I then also went on YouTube and watched the actual speech. And it was incredible. He has a great understanding of what makes America a difference in the world. And it's basically based on the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. So it's interesting that just in the last 4 or 5 days since I first read the speech, I've had conversations with friends and fellow congregants at a church I go to, also playing golf with some friends, and I went to an event at a local university just last night, and this speech came up in conversation. And I thought, that's amazing to have all people from different walks of life, different areas of the city, that they found an interest in this speech. So I thought, we got to get this in Douglas County schools. And it all came up so fast that I have not talked to anyone associated with the school district. All I'm doing is suggesting that something for civics classes, history classes, social studies classes, that we consider getting this program in. I also have excerpts, or the speech, and I'll leave these so you can, if you haven't read them already or listened to the speech, you'll have the opportunity to listen to it. And remember, when you're reading it, this is the second black man to be appointed to the Supreme Court.
15 seconds remaining.
He was raised by a single mother in poor environment and went to college and became an attorney and became a great success. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monson. And this concludes public comment for this evening. That takes us to item number 7, adoption of the consent agenda. At this time, are there any requests to pull items from the consent agenda? Director Thompson?
Yep, I'm requesting to pull from consent 7.1, approval of charter school renewal contracts between DCSD and Aspen View Academy Charter School. 7.22, approval of the charter school renewal contracts between DCSD and Hope Online Charter School. 7.10, approval of addendum 1 to the consultant agreement Farnsworth Castle Rock CIP. 7.11, approval of the addendum 1 to the architect agreement for the Sierra Middle School Addition project. 7.12, approval of addendum 3 to the architect agreement Hollis and Miller Legacy Phase 2. And that's it. I crossed this one out. I know that seems like a lot, but we have over 2 pages of consent agenda items tonight.
Director Thompson, just to confirm, did you pull 7.13 also? No, okay. Okay, so the request was to pull 7.1, 7.2, 7.10, 11, and 12. Okay. Okay. So is there a motion to approve consent items 7.3 through 7.9 and 7.13 through 7.20? And if you need me to repeat that again, I'm happy to.
So move.
Okay. Director Geiger, is there a second?
Second.
All right. So it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Thompson that the board approve the consent agenda items 7.3 through 7.9 and 7.13 through 7.20. The motion's now open for discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
No.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, so it passes 6-1. All right, so now we will take up the items that have been pulled from consent agenda. So first we have item 7.1, approval of charter school renewal contract between DCSD and Aspen View Academy Charter School. Director Thompson.
Thank you, and actually I would like to group these together. To start off with, I first want to recognize and appreciate the work that's been done over a number of years to improve and streamline the waiver process. We're really fortunate to have an award-winning executive director of choice with our district. And I want to point out that these efforts began in 2018, and it resulted in policy updates that the board adopted in 2023. So these efforts are important, and my goal here is to adhere to the process that board and staff has put in place. I want to point out that I support charter autonomy, and I do not object to charter schools seeking waivers or to the general waiver categories that are presented. My concern is just with compliance with board policy LBD R3. The waiver requests before us should include sufficiently clear replacement plans, processes, or policies that show how the intent of the waive policy will be met, and the supporting materials should be complete and up to date. So I want to note that some of the requested waivers involve district policies that we very recently updated to comply with state law. So for example, mandated reporting changes. And I also want to point out that the majority of the replacement plans, processes, et cetera, in these contracts are complete. They're fully complete. So I want to make sure that I've acknowledged most of those things. My stance here is just that if we're going to have policies, they only matter if we're fully enforcing them. So I did reach out to the superintendent about what could be a solution to make sure that we just have these looking the way that they should to be in alignment with LBD R3. And one of the solutions was that we can approve these contracts contingent upon the school submitting a revised replacement plan to address the board's specific concerns. She did warn, though, that charter schools may feel that the board is imposing unreasonable conditions, and they may appeal to the State Board of Education, and then the board will review and choose to agree with the conditions or overrule the local board and grant the waivers as written. And so with that duly noted, I just want to point out the ask is compliance with the policy, the lift is light, but I also want to recognize that we're at the end of the process for charter renewals. We just happen to only see it through consent agenda, so this is the only avenue for elevating it. So with all of that said, I'm moving to conditionally approve both 7.1, approval of charter school renewal contract between DCSD and Aspen View Academy Charter School, and the 7.2, approval of charter school renewal contract between DCSD and Hope Online Charter School, contingent on the submission of a revised replacement plan that ensures that each waiver request aligns with LBD R3.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right. So it has been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Parker to approve 7.1 and 7.2 contingent upon, and I didn't catch all the language, but do you want to repeat it one more time?
Contingent
and then I'll open it
on
for
a revised replacement plan that just ensures that each waiver request aligns with LBD R3.
Great. So it's been moved and seconded. We'll open it for discussion. Is there any further discussion? Director Denzler?
May I ask what your material concerns are?
Yes. So again, first I want to point out that these policies most of these policies have been waived for an extended period of time. These are seasoned charter schools that have been with the district. And so again, my concern is that we're just elevating the replacement plans and the contract to align with policy LBD3. I'm happy to point out, I didn't want to feel like I was picking on any charters by pointing out like the deficiencies. So I'm choosing to highlight things like there were updated policies that are in their request that weren't in the request of the other charter contract that we had tonight. They didn't ask for the same replacement policy or the same waivers that don't currently align with law because this process is very long and changes could have happened after they've kickstarted this process, so it's reasonable. And the other piece is that there are responses that aren't plans at all. They're just, but you all saw the document, so.
Any further discussion or discussion?
So we're just asking people to follow the law.
The
charter schools to follow the law and the policies.
Well, I'm specifically asking for alignment with LBD R3. So our charters are expected to follow the law, and not assuming that they aren't. It's just that we have this is our policy and enforcing our policy.
Any further discussion? Director Denzler.
Can I get a sense of how this affects the timeline for approvals? Because I think it is unfair to have our charter schools who assumed that they would gain approval tonight be so uncertain about what planning for the next steps looks like.
It's contingent approval. It's just asking after approval tonight for them just to update the replacement plans and send them in.
Superintendent Kane, is there anything else you would add?
I would add that I believe essentially these were clerical errors that we just we just don't have the staffing to check 7,000 different things. And as Director Thompson said, these are charter schools that have been around for a long time and that have had these waivers for a long time, so staff has never had any concerns about it.
Great. If there's no further discussion, I'll go ahead and call a vote. So, roll call. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, so the motion passes 7-0. And I will move to item 7.10. Director Thompson? It was, yeah, the motion was for 7.1 and 7.2. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so for 7.10, 7.10, I guess is as I was calling it. So this one was the approval addendum 1 to the consultant agreement, Farnsworth, Castle Rock CIP addendum 1. And I pulled this item mainly just to provide clarity because the item doesn't really have a lot of context and it may raise the same concerns in the public that I had. So I just wanted the opportunity to share what my question was after reviewing this item and then how that concern was resolved. So for this change order, the original $24,500 contract, I asked what that was for and why we were being asked to expand the scope of the contract by over 400% of the original amount of $131,500. This change places the contract in a different threshold for competitive purchasing per board policy DJ than it was originally required to be a part of, like the threshold. So our superintendent responded to my question, provided the explanation that the initial contract of $24,500 was established with Farnsworth to address emergency repairs. The additional cost is for the commissioning work at 5 remaining schools, which she had named for us. Farnsworth is a pre-qualified vendor performing professional services, and this effort fell under number 2 of the sole source provision in the board policy DJ. So our sole source means that we will maintain uniformity or satisfy certain technical requirements. It may be appropriate to seek a product or service from a single source. And then number 2 is if the service is a professional service that requires a high degree of professional skill, such as engineering and architectural services, professional management, or educational consulting, legal services, medical, etc. So it is still slightly unclear to me why it can only be Farnsworth specifically, or why the original scope was not in the contract from the start. In the future, I know I would find it helpful to include relevant details in the cover pages of consent agenda items to alleviate policy concerns. However, the superintendent did confirm it aligns with policy DJ, so I move to approve 7.10 Addendum 1 Consultant Agreement Farnsworth Castle Rock 2026 package partially executed.
Second. So it's been moved by Director Thompson, seconded by Director Meek to approve Addendum 1 to Consultant Agreement Farnsworth. I'll open it up for discussion. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing no further discussion, I'll take roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
No.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, it passes 6-1. All right, item 7.11, Director Thompson.
All right, so in August of 2024, the board passed a bond plan resolution, and that resolution states that if projects or project elements become impractical or cost prohibitive, or if excessive funds become available, any substitutions or additions are to be approved by the board based on recommendations from the Mill Bond Oversight Committee and are to be the projects contemplated in the district's master plan.
So some of the items in 7.11 and 7.12, which I am combining again together, they may, or some or all of these items may be reasonable refinements that became necessary as educators, staff, or local requirements clarified the actual needs of the projects. My concern is that the record does not clearly distinguish between ordinary programming refinement and materially added scope. So the August 2024 resolution allows flexibility, but it also contemplates board oversight when substitutions or additions are being made. Here, the documents include language like added owner requested scope and substantial added design and construction costs, with estimated additional construction costs that will be a result of the items of over 14 million, and that's between both of the asks, and that's the estimated costs of the architect that's agreement that's listed in there. And so for these materials before us, staff indicated contingency funds would be used to support this added scope. And some of these items appear to be additions that read more like new project elements or substitutions rather than simple cost escalations. And that goes within what was originally presented in the bond plan and the master capital plan. So for example, the legacy design, that addendum adds $500,000 for additional design services, and it describes added owner requested scope, including, and I'm gonna say it wrong, a mezzanine, an admin area, a conference room, and more. And then the Sierra agreement also increases the cost of the design by $483,000, and identifies expanded renovations, sites, and turf field scope. So again, that 2024 resolution refers to excess funds becoming available through efficiencies, which appear different from simply drawing on contingency. So if contingency is being used to fund added scope, then I believe that the board should have a clear record explaining why the funds are appropriately available for the purpose, what the impact is on remaining bond projects, and whether the oversight process required by the resolution has been followed. Again, I feel like it's our job as board liaisons that we're also elevating the committee's concerns as well. And so again, that's why I feel like the intent of that resolution matters here. It did anticipate costs could change, but also contemplates oversight. So with all of that said, I move to postpone action on these items and direct the superintendent to return with documentation sufficient for board review under the August 2024 bond plan resolution, including any mill bond oversight committee recommendation, confirmation of alignment with the bond plan and the district's master plan, supporting cost of construction estimates, and the impact on the use of contingency and remaining bond projects.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Parker. And I would ask you just to read it one more time in its entirety, the motion.
I thought I was done. All right, move to postpone action on these items and direct the superintendent to return them with documentation that's sufficient for board review under the August 2024 bond plan resolution, including mill bond oversight committee recommendation, confirmation of alignment with the bond plan and the district's master plan, supporting costs of construction estimates and the impact of contingency and remaining on the remaining bond projects.
Thank you for clarifying that. So it's been moved and seconded. We're now open for discussion. I'll let Director Geiger go first.
I'd like to ask either the superintendent or her designate. These are drawings. As I understand, drawings come first. So I'd like to know if delaying approval to this to some future later date will result in delay on the progress at Sierra.
Yes, our chief operating officer informs me that delaying these could delay the progress and therefore potentially the opening. And if I may answer some of the concerns, would that be appropriate? And I'm sure COO Millay will add to it, but the student programming scope that was contemplated in the bond has not changed. more square footage was needed for that student programming than anticipated, which means that the architect's scope changed, but the student programming that we're building, that we committed to in the bond, is still the same. And as with many of our projects in this economy, is more expensive than anticipated. And just to clarify one thing in particular, Director Thompson mentioned a conference room. I want to be clear that all of the additions being added as part of Legacy Phase 2 are for students, not for adults. That's actually a pitch room because we have an architectural program across the way from a construction management program along with plumbing and HVAC. And that room provides the opportunity for our students to collaborate together across those programs. So that's just one example, but these are the spaces originally contemplated in the bond, just more square footage than anticipated, which does change things for the architect.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Other questions for discussion? Director Thompson?
Yes, so I will like to point out that this ask isn't because I disagree with the changes. It's the process that was followed and the oversight process that was followed with it. We have in our bond plan big categories like Legacy Phase 2 expansion. So technically anything can be put under Legacy Phase 2 expansion if it happens at Legacy, right? It actually talks about 6 CTE programs. And so when we're looking at the changes in this, what I'm asking for is clarity around how this still is defined in that scope around those 6 things that were not provided when it was put on consent agenda this week.
So to keep us moving on, thank you. I think that was helpful. And are there other further discussion? Well, go ahead, Director Burke.
Sorry, you were just going to move to a vote?
I was going to give a comment.
Oh, no, you go first.
So I absolutely hear the request to postpone these items. I had the same question around the impact that would have on the system and organizations. So my thinking is I acknowledge the concerns, and I think the postponing it, I fear, is weighing heavily on me for this decision, as we're just talking through discussion here. Director Parker, were you going to share anything?
I was just going to ask if we could be a little more, so it might postpone, we don't know it will postpone, but it might not, the school might not open in time if we do this. Is that what we're worried about?
So Superintendent Kane spoke to that a second ago. I'll let you reiterate.
No, yeah, I guess we don't have any, I heard what she said, but we don't have any specifics. We just think it might delay.
Well, it certainly would delay by the amount between now and when it actually gets approved.
Okay,
so,
obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then your concern is just that we do kind of things the way they're supposed to be done, and that this is taxpayer money, and we want to be really transparent.
I'm concerned about processes, yes.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to get really clear on what we were talking about.
And Superintendent Kane, I see COO Millay may have something to share. Is that appropriate?
Thank you very much for the questions this evening, and I do want to share the operational procedures that are attached to on our MBOC website that speak to things like this that happen during the process. And when making the decisions about this, we referred to 8, what if there are multiple projects that have gone up in cost and decisions need to be made about which project to use the excess funds, which would have been the contingency dollars. This project, unfortunately, delaying action this evening will impact the ability to deliver these projects, and I respect and understand the concerns expressed by Director Thompson, and I will do a better job in providing that detailed information. In fact, a presentation is planned for MBOC that will go into detail on April 29th for what we are doing here. I think it is important, and the superintendent did articulate it well. We have not changed the scope of the work that is being done to deliver the programs. What in fact happened was that the operations team in July of 2024 identified rough square footages they thought were going to be needed to deliver the programming at Legacy and at Sierra. As we got more involved in the design, we brought in our educational partners and the district leadership. We recognized that those square footages needed to increase. We have been transparent with MBOC about the need to bring larger sized facilities than was originally anticipated. The costs that are being presented to you this evening are associated with the design costs from the architects to build those bigger spaces. The architects' original contracts did not contemplate the size, the square footage size that we are delivering today. That square footage is directly related to student programming. For example, at Sierra, we realized that we needed additional counselor space. We needed to make the nurses' room larger to deliver that. We needed a conference room that needed to be, because we were modifying the admin space where those facilities were, it just got bigger. The square footage got bigger. And I apologize, Director Thompson, if that was not made clear in the conversations at MBOC, but I do think the MBOC is aware that those facilities did get bigger. What they may not have been aware of is that the architect's design fees go up when they design larger square footage. That's how they price things. There was a cost that was incurred for Sierra when we had thought we might be able to save money on the replacing the grass. Instead of getting the full larger water tap to irrigate grass, we thought it might be cheaper to go in and put turf instead of buying that full water tap. They did incur design costs that I approved to go ahead and do that. That is part of it as well. It was to deliver a field for the middle school. I will be happy to answer any questions if there is concern that we are not spending these dollars in alignment with what we talked about in August of 2024. But to delay this evening, and that's why I have my bond director here, Mark Seglem. I've got the principal of our owner's representative firm here this evening, because when the director shared her very legitimate concerns, we knew how important it was to see this acted on this evening, and are prepared to answer any questions that you may have about our the alignment of this with the bond plan. And again, I would refer the directors to the additional operating procedures that were developed with the MBOC to govern these type of situations that arise with the construction projects, because things happen very quickly and decisions need to be made, and we cannot stop paying the architects this evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Millay, for that additional information and addressing that concern. Did I see Director Callahan?
I'd like to call the vote.
Okay. Real quickly, I don't see any other concerns, so let us take roll call. The motion on the table is to postpone items 7.11 and 7.12. That's the motion on the table. So I will call roll now with Director Callahan.
No.
Director Densler.
No.
Director Geiger.
No.
Director Meek. No. Director Parker.
No.
Director Ryan.
No.
And Director Thompson.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion fails 6-1, or 1-6. 6-1.
Yes.
Backwards. Would you like to put another motion on the table for approval of item 7.11 and 7.12?
I move to adopt 7.11 and 7.12.
Second.
So Director Geiger has moved and Director Callahan has seconded to approve items 7.11 and 7.12. Any further discussion?
If I may.
Oh yes, Director Geiger first, and then.
I appreciate COO Millay understanding our concerns, understanding Director Thompson's concerns. I do believe these cover sheets can be more detailed. I personally found the additional information in 711 and 712 to be sufficient for me to understand why this was going on. I'm particularly concerned about delays in drawings. There is a danger, and I will acknowledge it, that once we get involved with the contractor, change orders can get excessive. We can go beyond that. I think it is the job of this board to keep an eye out for it. I simply do not share Director Thompson's concerns about these particular issues. So I believe these should be adopted. I would urge staff and everyone else to give us very clear understanding about why change orders are occurring. To me, seeing that we increased the scope from 8,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet seemed more than sufficient explanation for me. That's why I'm taking this position tonight. Doesn't mean I'll take this position on other ones if I don't feel the explanations are clear.
Thank you, Director Geiger. Director Thompson, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, again, the concern isn't about whether or not the project is important or well-informed. Again, it was about the process and the oversight of it. Based off the materials you received tonight, do you know what the full budget is for Legacy Phase 2, where we're at with that, where the budget is, and how much over we will go on that budget with these anticipated additions and construction costs? Because these are, as I mentioned, being funded by contingency. So just things to think about as we move forward.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Any further discussion on the motion that's on the table? The motion on the table is to approve items 7.11 and 7.12. I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
No.
Director Thompson?
No.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2. So thank you all for that conversation. Moving forward, we are moving into the joint motion agenda. Item number 8, we actually have 3 minutes to approve. And maybe I'll just ask real quickly if there are any edits or revisions needed, and if not, we can take a motion to package all of them together.
Move to adopt the minutes contained in 8.1.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Thomas to approve, Thompson, sorry. Sorry. I don't even know what I said. To approve the minutes for the March 3rd, 2026 regular business meeting, the April 7th, 2026 special meeting, and the April 7th, 2026 regular work session meeting. Any discussion? Director Thompson?
Just quickly, the quality of the minutes have been great. That's all.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you to staff. And I know it's more labor intensive, not requiring on the system anymore, so much appreciated. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and take roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. All right, study action items. We'll now move to item number 9. We have school safety and security. We have 20 minutes scheduled for questions and action following the presentation, which is scheduled for 20 minutes, so.
Good evening, directors. We are ready to get started, so we will just have them queue up our presentation, and then we will get going. Thank you for having us here this evening. As Deputy Superintendent, I have a lot of different leadership roles and responsibilities in the district, and one of those is our safety and security team and our mental health team. And so Mr. Grusing and I are here this evening to give the Board of Education an update in regards to safety and security. The last time that we were in front of the Board of Education was in October, and we provided an update at that time, as well as some information in regards to a monitoring report that you will have a chance to review later this evening. I just want to highlight Mr. Grusing as our Director of Safety and Security. We are so very fortunate in our school district to have his expertise and his passion for really supporting the safety and security needs of our schools and our school community. And he comes with a wealth of background and experience, and he is known both in the state of Colorado and nationally for his expertise. So he doesn't always prefer me to highlight those types of things when we get started on a co-presentation, but I wanted to say that this evening. So as we get going here in regards to our slides, obviously, this topic is aligned to the Board of Education ends. In the global end statement, you speak specifically around ensuring a safe environment for our students and our staff and our community. Additionally, safety is a part of our your executive limitation, EL7, and there is a monitoring report later this evening in which you will review some of our data. And so school safety is of our highest priority in terms of ensuring that our students are taken care of and they're learning in a very safe and secure environment. So we're going to share a few updates in that regard with you this evening. Johnny?
Yeah, for you that are new directors, we as a team have divided safety and security into primarily 3 areas: prevention, hardening, and response. Prevention is where we spend most of our time and most of our human capital. Hardening is what we do to make our buildings and campuses safe, and response is a team event with our local law enforcement. They train throughout the summer for their response, and then in the fall we train our educators for their responses to emergencies. Partnerships is there. That's kind of the umbrella that sits over all of these.
Additionally, in terms of our safety and security efforts in our district, they are very heavily focused on ensuring our students are feeling that they belong in our school communities, that they're connected, and that we have strong relationships between our staff and our students. And so that inclusive culture is really paramount to ensuring the safety of the learning environment for our students, and that really entails ensuring there's a positive school culture and climate, supportive environments for our students, that our teaching and learning is inclusive of the needs of all of our students, and that our students have a voice in their school communities. Additionally, that engagement element is also very important to our safety efforts. We really want to ensure that we have educator and student relationships, and we're focused on those relationships, that we're engaging with our families and our students, and that there's opportunities for involvement around our students in our school communities. Additionally, when we talk about school safety, as Johnny said, we talk about the physical aspects, but we're also highlighting those elements of student wellness, mental health, and safety in our school district. We are very fortunate that we have very robust mental health teams within our school communities. And those teams include our school psychologists, our school social workers, our school counselors, our nurses, our administrators, and they are all very involved in taking care of our students and their mental health needs and ensuring that we are using preventative approaches to educating our students, and that we're noticing when things are not quite right with the student and taking action in that regard. Additionally, we have a lot of system supports that are involved in our school communities. Anytime that there's an element of a threat or a suicide concern, we have a multidisciplinary approach that involves many different professionals, administrators, our safety security team, and our mental health teams that really are involved in some wraparound supports and services and in working in partnership with families to help support the safety needs of all of our students.
So for our SROs, you guys know most of this. Every high school has at least one. Some of our high schools now have two, which we really appreciate. The middle schools all have one, and we, thanks to taxpayer dollars, BOCC money, we have shrank the SRO coverage from 5 to 6 elementary schools now down to 2 or 3. I've had the opportunity just this spring to go around to all the schools and do a security audit. And almost at every elementary school I'm at, there's a police car parked in front now, where that didn't used to be the case. Community impact, they are very proactive, our SROs in all 4 jurisdictions, about connecting with their community. And on the training piece, we have the Vice President of NASRO is our SRO at Ranchview. NASRO is the National Association of School Resource Officers. His name's James. He trains SROs nationally. And then our sergeant over the SROs, Mark Methune, is our CASRO president. So when we talk about leadership and training, and I heard some of the constituents say they hope our officers get trained, they do. And not only that, we train other jurisdictions as well. So we have a committee, which we'll talk about later, but in our committee, we have other districts come and present to us. We often hear that other surrounding districts struggle to have these sorts of numbers, and they're jealous of us for having ours. That's come through a lot of passages, though, with MLO money, bonds, or especially BOCC money as well, to have 55 SROs in our district and 120 security specialists. I love going to our elementaries where our security specialists, they'll sit up front, they're greeting people when they come in. It's fun to watch them interact with the students, know them by name, and then when I speak with the principal, our goal was to have these campus security people take the burden off the principal so the principal can manage the school. And that's what I'm seeing there. They're doing a phenomenal job. And we've also added night security at our high schools, which we did not have before. We have so many activities that run from 4 to 10 p.m. We didn't have security there before, and now we do. And our principals love having that for all of our after-school activities.
So we say it oftentimes, and I'll just kind of repeat what we say and just emphasize we're just very, very fortunate in Douglas County to have the incredible partnerships that we have with our community partners, including our law enforcement partners. So we are very thankful for their support. In terms of training, Johnny already highlighted some of our training that our SROs are involved in, as well as our campus security specialists. We do have annual training that's comprehensive for our administrators, as well as all staff. They participate in various different trainings. Some of that is through our mandatory online training modules, as well as in-person training that happens by our safety and security team in each and every one of our schools across the district. And in terms of our school resource officers and campus security specialists, as part of their training, we also do a module of training that's focused on supporting and serving our students with disabilities and the unique needs that our students have, as well as helping support students who might be experiencing trauma, anxiety responses, etc. In terms of our safety and security systems, oftentimes I don't know if our public recognizes this, and this is just such a highlight. We do have a dispatch center within our school district. It is a dispatch center that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So the systems that we have in place around communication, around things that are happening within our school community, outside our school communities, many of us are involved in very active communication streams in regards to highlights in ensuring that the appropriate supports are in place. It's a very we don't often get a full night's sleep always because there's a lot happening in that regard, and that is something we're very fortunate to have, is that there's always eyes and ears on what's happening within our school community related to student safety. And so those mechanisms are extremely important. They also include Safe to Tell, which we have spoken to the Board of Education about. Our students do utilize Safe to Tell, and also our staff and our community members use Safe to Tell to alert us when there are things that they're just questioning and wondering or don't seem quite right, which we really appreciate, and that's something we always want to reinforce with our students. In terms of safety and security investment and community support, we are very, very thankful and appreciative of our community, our Douglas County community, for supporting a few different ballot measures. The 2024 bond, $10 million with the bond is devoted specifically for safety and security, physical safety and security measures. And so you will see a list of some of those items. There are, at times, we have some discretion about what we share publicly, but we are in the midst of really acting on each and every one of those projects right now. Additionally, the 2023 MLO provided us $6 million that went specifically to increasing SRO coverage in our schools, as Johnny already spoke about, and elementary campus security specialists, as well as our evening campus security specialists in our high schools. We also did increase a district patrol and a security manager through our MLO funding as well. So again, a huge thanks to our community for support. Additionally, beyond our bond investments, we did have the 2018 bond, and part of that bond, the $15 million of that bond was designated to additional physical safety and security enhancements, as you see outlined in front of you. Additionally, on an annual basis, we allocate out of the district's general fund an additional $10 million to support safety and security. That also includes safety and security personnel, campus security specialists that weren't covered under the MLO, including our high school and our secondary schools, as well as the additional SROs that we have in our system that weren't covered through the MLO. So you will see an outline of the details in that regard with the information that you have. In terms of our municipal partner investment, our Board of County Commissioners did provide $6 million in 2019 time period to support physical safety and security enhancement, and that was as a result of and after the unfortunate STEM tragedy. There were different commissions at that time that were assembled to really dig into what we could do to enhance safety and security in our community, and we were very appreciative of our Board of County Commissioners for allocating the $6 million at that time. That funding has been fully expended. And then our law enforcement partners, they pay 50% share in our SRO coverage for our schools, and so I wanted to highlight what they are also contributing on an annual basis for safety and security.
Danelle, you covered some of this stuff. I'll point out vape detectors are going now in all of our middle and high schools. I'd say we're over 50% done. They should be done by the end of the school year. We are looking at TRACA. TRACA is secure keys going into the schools. We found out that we had an antiquated key system. By now you're going to have to swipe your card, and so we'll have a record of who checks in and out with our keys. That's quite the undertaking, but worthwhile. And then you met him up here earlier, Brad Whitakus, who's the Assistant Athletic Director. Derek Cheney really helped us look at stadium safety about 2 years ago. It wasn't necessarily here in Douglas County, but all of our partners were having violent acts happen at football stadiums. And then I studied it nationally as well, and there were shootings, fights, etc. It was a trend. And so Brad and Derek spearheaded this, and we as safety and our law enforcement partners definitely agreed with them, and we helped them enforce it, and it is one policy for all the high schools. Before, 9 high schools each had their own policy, and now we are doing clear bags, we're doing no reentry, we're doing, all these are out front, no alcohol and no drugs, no food, drink, and no pets. But before, it was just kind of walking up to the stadium and hoping you get in. And we have now enforced this at our 3 different stadiums. It was an undertaking to get it started, but it ran very smoothly through our football season. Because of this also, we did a bid on metal detectors. I asked for a committee to be formed. There were some experts in both our tech field, safety, security. We also had our athletic directors part of the team, and we had 12 companies put in. 2 of the technologies came to the forefront. We tested both of those, and the one that came out on top was MetroSense. It's the only one that gave us a single unit, and we had demonstrations in front of our team. It was just as effective as the 2 units. When you have 2 different units, they sometimes have trouble syncing up. What we were also looking to avoid is yearly costs, subscription costs. And these are one-time setup, and they will continue to give us support if we need them. We have tested these in different scenarios. We tested them at a football game, we've tested them at an event with a local partner, and then we have tested them at one of our alternative schools. At this point, we're using them in case we need to keep an event going if there's a threat to it. So it's more of a response technology that we have trained our campus security, and we've trained with law enforcement. If we have to use these, we're ready to do that.
Yes, so that's been a pilot for us, and it will continue to be a pilot as we test how we are utilizing it in those different locations that Johnny mentioned. So in terms of time, I'm just going to keep us moving. As I said before, we really are so appreciative of the comprehensive support and partnerships that we have in our county. We highlighted law enforcement, but we have partnerships with our emergency response agencies, our mental health professionals in our community, in our county, our elected officials, and our broader Douglas County community. And so that is just something that we are very fortunate to have in our school district. Johnny did highlight our safety and security committee. We do have 2 board liaisons that are representatives on our safety and security committee, and that particular group includes all of our different partners and really has the opportunity to engage in safety related topics and discussions in terms of what we're considering and be able to provide some feedback and input as we work through those types of things. We did host also this fall in September, we hosted our Safety and Security Forum, and that was just after the Evergreen tragedy, and it was really important for us to be able to hear from our community what was on their mind related to safety and security. I know that many of you were either there or you logged in online to watch that forum. It is available online, and we always encourage our community and our public to be able to listen to that because there's a wealth of information that is disclosed by the panelists in terms of our security measures and the expertise within our community. Right now, we've had over 2,800 views on YouTube just for that forum. And that forum also did allow us to really start digging in deeper in terms of some other aspects of safety and security that we're looking to enhance and improve upon moving forward. That includes our mental health prevention, family communication. We have some projects in the works this summer that we're looking to enhance our district website for safety and security and give our parents some tools and so forth. And we also have our I-5 event that's scheduled in 2 of our high schools this summer that really is focused on traffic and pedestrian safety and ride safe events. So lots of things happening in the world of safety and security. You are all familiar with the executive limitation and the monitoring report data. This is not new information, and you've had a chance to review it in terms of the student experience survey results, the family experience survey results, really about whether or not students feel safe at schools, families feel like their students are safe at schools, and teachers feel like students are safe at school. And so that information is available, hot off the press, and to come in an updated monitoring report when we actually do a full revision of this monitoring report in the fall is we will reflect our TLCC survey results from our teachers, and so that data is for you. That isn't reflected in the monitoring report this evening, but it will be in the upcoming revision of this monitoring report, as well as a data preview of our Healthy Kids Colorado survey data. That data is not public on the dashboard yet. I checked today, but we do have some of that data that we're working through right now, and you will see the percentage of our students who usually or definitely feel safe at school in terms of high school and middle school. 94% of our high school students who responded, and we had a very high response rate for our district this year, usually or definitely feel safe at school, and for our middle school students, that's 93.5%. In terms of the Board of County Commissioners proposal, as you all are very well aware, the Board of County Commissioners did send a proposal for the Board of Education to consider. This information that is reflected on this slide is directly from their communication in terms of their proposal, and really just highlighting that investment in school safety and security and that partnership between the district. Currently, the proposal by the Board of County Commissioners right now is around primarily advanced entryway security systems. The Board of County Commissioners, as you can see in the graphics that they have shared with you all and with us, is that they are committing to $850,000 to implement the Evolve weapon detection advanced entryway security system in 10 of our high schools, with an ongoing commitment at $713,000 for the next 3 years after that. And so this is what that proposal specifically entails in terms of the entry systems that they have suggested with Evolve, the 2 dual-lane entry system, a 2 single-lane entry system, and a 4 expedite bag screening system is a part of what that package and proposal entails. This is what that looks like. These are just some pictures of that, so to have a visual in terms of what that looks like within a school community. And so essentially there's a 50% match that the Board of County Commissioners are proposing for up to 10 schools, which would come at the cost of $3 million for the district for just the equipment element of the systems as well as the training. In terms of our analysis of entryway, if I could have just 2 more minutes, that would be great. We'll cruise through this. We want to give you information about kind of entryway security detection systems. So go ahead, Johnny.
So before our security committee meetings, I meet with all 4 law enforcement partners, and I have run this by them and my former colleagues at the FBI. If you have an entryway system, that is a search for a weapon. And if you're searching for a weapon, law enforcement best practice is that you have at least that amount of force waiting for it. For us in Douglas County School District, we would require an SRO, because I don't want to stick a 19-year-old security guy with no training there. That's why you saw the numbers Danelle put up earlier. We're willing to pay money for SROs. So we would want someone trained in mental health, special ed, use of force, all this stuff. But then to monitor those types of lanes, I think your next slide talks about the cost for doing that, right?
Yep. Next slide, please.
Yeah, the operational and financial, well, we have arguments, which I'll probably let you guys ask questions about the psychological issues. So I'll just go to the cost analysis. And Superintendent Kane asked our budget people to look at it. And if you look at the bottom, to adequately staff with armed personnel and school personnel, it would be about $9 million for the 10 schools.
And oftentimes, well, there might be a question of, well, can't the SRO who's already within the school community assume that responsibility? Our SROs are very active in terms of where they are within a school community at any given time during a school day. So we don't have stationary SROs because they are working and supporting a lot of different circumstances and supporting students and our staff.
And
so
my understanding, Danelle, is that number was actually conservative, because our schools are open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. You would be running 3 shifts most likely through the day, and that's without any break.
Yes, that is correct. And so with that, we did also have an opportunity to engage with our leaders and be able to get feedback from them in terms of what has risen on their heads around this proposal and entryway weapons detection security systems. These are the elements that really have been a part of their feedback to the district: the culture and perception, the financial constraints, the operational elements of a very large comprehensive high school, the human resources and the workloads and responsibilities for all of those people that are involved. In student well-being, I just want to say we are very our school administrators are phenomenal at really doing everything they can every day to ensure the safety of our students. And as Johnny said, we invest in the human capital piece, that relationship piece, that connectedness piece, that staying curious when something doesn't seem quite right. And our administrators are very passionate around safety and security in their school communities. And it is really important for us to receive their feedback and dialogue about what they think is most beneficial in this regard. And these are some of those highlights. In terms of alternative considerations for investment in school safety, we are in the midst of a lot of different projects right now, and there are others that are in our minds about things that we might be wanting to consider moving forward, whether that's through another ballot initiative, et cetera. That would include middle school vestibules. That is something that isn't currently covered within our current bond, increasing camera, mental health support, and increasing SRO coverage in our rural school communities in particular. And so there's lots of critical challenges for consideration, and we are happy to have a conversation and answer any questions by the board.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt, and I wondered how you were going to get through this slide deck. It's very, very dense, and it has a lot of comprehensive information on this extremely important topic, school safety. So I know directors are very anxious to ask questions as well. Just to remind us, we've scheduled 20 minutes for conversation where we can ask questions, but also formulate a response back to the Board of County Commissioners. So I really want to make sure we get to that part of our conversation tonight. Obviously, we very much acknowledge and value the partnership that we have with the county commissioners. They sent a proposal into us during the transition between boards, so they've been really patient for us to get up to speed as a new board and respond to that proposal, which is really to, they want to help contribute to the additional SROs for rural areas and the proposed entryway security that we were just looking at. So understanding that we have about 20 minutes to get through all of this, I will open it up. If there are, maybe we'll start with just questions about security and then go into thoughts around the response to the Board of County Commissioners. I see Director Thompson.
Thank you, as always, for a wonderful, comprehensive presentation that I feel elevates the knowledge of the community and all the work that you guys do. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it clearly. The annual budget for safety and security is $10 million, around that amount, not including bond investments or those one-time things. So to do all of the services that are provided that you...
May I answer your question? So it's 10 million out of our general fund, and then it also includes the MLO funding is in addition to that 10 million.
Okay, thank you, because I was trying to put into perspective the additional cost that add in the system would be, right? So more than 9 million, so, you know, more than half of what our current budget is. Okay, thank you.
Director Denzler.
I just had a quick follow-up question about something that happened at a previous meeting. We had, I believe, advised the cabinet on how to respond to the initial letter from the Board of County Commissioners. Was that response ever sent, and did we receive a response? I might have missed it.
Yes, as I recall, that response was sent, only it was a letter from staff that said the board is transitioning, please be patient, and a copy of that was sent to all of you, but it would have been all the way back in December.
Gotcha. I was thinking of when we were speaking about potential alternatives to their proposal, because it seems like we might be interested in, again, cost-sharing SROs. I'm wondering if there's a sense of whether the Board of County Commissioners would be open to a proposal that doesn't necessarily involve evolve. I don't know if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I think,
Sure, I can speak to that. What I would say is their proposal was very specific to Evolve, and they came and presented before our district's Safety and Security Committee, as well as all of our high school principals, and Director Callahan was there. And what they presented was Evolve. They were there along with the vendor. But I do want to be clear that if our district were to ever implement some kind of system that we are paying for, just like for stadium security, it would go through an RFP process.
Director Geiger.
Mr. Brusink and whoever else, we work very closely with the, I believe, four.
Oh, can you speak into your mic,
Excuse me.
please?
We work closely with 4 law enforcement agencies for our SROs, et cetera. Have any of them come to us and recommended entryway metal detectors?
No.
Has this discussion been had with them?
Yes.
Are you aware of any, Ms. Hyatt probably knows this, I've looked. Are you aware of any high-level independent research that indicates that metal detectors reduce violence at schools?
Johnny, I know that we breezed through that slide. Would you like to speak a little bit to that? But the answer to that question was outlined in a slide that we didn't get an opportunity to highlight. And the effectiveness and evidence of effectiveness is really inconclusive in that regard.
Okay. And finally, we have evolved at one school in this district at STEM, correct?
Charter school, yes.
Charter
STEM.
school. I've been to STEM. I've seen how that works. I will just point this in the way of a question. Do you agree with the idea that this does not create a bottleneck or does not slow down entry? Because that's sure not what I saw the day I was there, as they searched every kid with a flute.
Yes, it depends on the sensitivity that they dial in, and this regards to any metal detection system. The higher the sensitivity, the more bag searches you're going to have to do. And then the more bottlenecking you're going to have.
Okay, thank you.
And we have really appreciated our STEM administrators and leaders in terms of, obviously they work very closely with us as a district in safety and security and have utilized that system, and we learn from them based on their experience, and that is something that we definitely respect and respect them in terms of what decisions they've made for their school community.
Director Callahan.
Superintendent Kane, $9 million in these times seems like a lot of money. Have you and your team given thought to where that money would come from if we moved forward, and what would potentially need cut to find $9 million?
Thank you so much for the question, Director Callahan. And actually, the total is $12 million because the $9 million would be for staffing, and then our half of the equipment would be $3 million. So that's a total of $12 million. Just as a reminder, more for the public than for the Board of Education, because you all know this, but as we look towards 27, 28, we have to cut $15 million from our budget. So adding an additional $12 million would mean that we're cutting almost $30 million from our budget. While I can't give you specific programming that would be cut by $12 million, just to give you an idea, $12 million is equivalent to 160 jobs. So we would have to cut 160 staff positions in our schools, everywhere, in order to support a $12 million annual increase in spending on this system. So it's just the reality that we have.
Director Parker.
I'm ready to move to the letter that we want to send back to change the conversation.
Yeah, happy to start having conversation on what you think is important to be included in the letter to the county commissioners. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I have questions about Evolve and things like that, but it just seems like while I appreciate the commissioners wanting to help us, this is unsustainable for our district, the Evolve part. And so instead of asking questions, I think we can just move forward because all of the answers to the board's questions have gotten me to that point. I don't know if anyone else is there, but.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we acknowledge their past and continued partnership, and we have a long history of partnering on school safety and security, and absolutely acknowledge that. I think that is front and center in the response. Other comments that you all feel important? Director Geiger?
I just want to say, I've had personal conversations with Commissioner Layden about this. There is no doubt about his sincerity about caring about our students, our adolescents, and that he is very, very dedicated that believing that this particular technology would help our schools. And I want to acknowledge that this is a case where, as much as I respect Commissioner Layden, I'm just doomed to disagree. We cannot spend MLO or bond funds on this. That would be violating our promise to our voters. That means this is $12 million that has to come out of our operating budget that comes from the state. And that money may stay flat this year and will almost certainly decline next year absent some substantial change. I'm not going to sit here and tell you which 160 teachers and staff members and special ed and bus drivers we're going to fire to do a technology that I cannot find a piece of research says saves kids. So we need, I think, carefully to respond to a Board of County Commissioners who are concerned about our students, thank them for their interest, say we want to work closely with them on school security, but at this time, both effectiveness and budget constraints simply make it impossible for us to take them up on this particular offer.
Director Callahan?
I think in light of the extensive unfunded costs of Evolve, I'd like to make a motion that the board directs Superintendent Kane to draft a letter to the commissioners thanking them for their generous offer and their commitment to school safety, and inquire if they would be willing to redirect the $3 million to helping to fund the secure vestibules in our middle schools and increasing SRO coverage for our most rural schools.
Second.
Sorry. Director Callahan moved and Director Geiger seconded that the board direct staff to draft a response letter to the Board of County Commissioners and Superintendent Kane.
Yes, my apologies, I did my napkin math badly, so I just want to correct the record. The $3 million is not an ongoing annual cost. It's probably more like $1.5 million because there is a subscription plus the $9 million. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misleading anyone. Thank you.
And just to make sure, the $12 million for staffing is that ongoing cost plus the 1.5.
It is $9 million plus the 1.5, so about $10.5 million, which is a correction to my earlier statement where I said $12 million.
Got it, thank you. All right, there is a motion and a second, so I'm opening it for discussion. I see Director Thompson.
Sorry, I just didn't get a chance to receive clarity on the recommendation from staff regarding the proposal.
So what are you requesting? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Director, I'm sorry. You're having the same problem. I'm having the same problem you had with me.
I just didn't have the opportunity to get the staff recommendation before we moved.
So I'm happy to allow that to be part of our discussion for the evaluation of the motion. So I think Director Thompson's request was, what is staff's recommendation?
Sure, so the commissioners very generously offered that in addition to saying that they would provide this for 10 high schools, their additional statement was that they would provide it that for any high school that wanted it. So We did ask our administrators if any of our high schools did want this technology, and they all said they do not. So all with great respect and great appreciation for the commissioner's offer.
Other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and take roll call then, unless anyone would like to have Director Callahan read it once more. Nope, not seeing a request. I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you very much again, Mr. Grusing and Ms. Hyatt, for that very extensive presentation. Thank you. The next item we have is 9.2, Douglas County Federation update. We have a 15-minute presentation and a 15-minute Q&A. So the floor will be yours.
Is this on? I'm a rookie. No, you listen. You're all good. Yes, ma'am, it is. Oh, I could do that too.
I think it's on.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay. Hi. I want to say that we are so excited to be here tonight. I want to thank you all for allowing us to present. And I would like to just take a moment to thank everyone behind me sitting here who came out also. My name is Lucy Squire. I am the president of Douglas County Federation. I am also a third grade teacher in the district and have been for 20 years. DCF is the union for both certified and classified employees in our district, and we have proudly served Douglas County for since 1972. I have not been around that long. We represent over 1,000 members and continue to grow. Much of that growth has come through grassroots efforts to connect with and inform staff, something that we're hoping to strengthen moving forward. Our members elect an executive board. We have building representatives in most of our schools, along with a dedicated leadership team. And I think it's really important to recognize the people who are here with me tonight. So our leadership team is Sarah Mesmer, our vice president. We have Fiona Boomer, our executive director. Chad DeBryan and Ariana Josue are our organizers. And then our executive board, which is elected by our members. So Warren Berg is our high school representative. And treasurer, sorry, he's our treasurer. Cindy Creek is not here tonight, but she's in charge of our professional development. Julie Shank is our SPED representative. Chris Graham Herring is our middle school representative. Hudson Crawford is our high school representative. Lydia Hayes, our elementary representative. Josh Gallerstein, our specials representative. Nadine Klein, our alternative ed representative. And Tom Yondorf, our retired representative. Our message tonight is really simple. We are here to say that collective bargaining strengthens our schools for staff, students, parents, and taxpayers. It's a practical way to build a stronger, more stable school district. Next slide, please. So our request tonight is pretty straightforward. We're asking the board to recognize the Douglas County Federation as the bargaining representative for teachers and staff. We ask that you begin the process towards establishing a collective bargaining agreement for the 2026-27 school year, and we see this really as a practical next step to create a more consistent and collaborative structure moving forward.
You may be wondering why we are bringing this request to the board. In Colorado, there is no public sector collective bargaining law. So the decision to recognize a bargaining representative rests at the local level. In many districts, and previously here in Douglas County, boards have chosen recognition because it supports stability through leadership changes, incorporates educator experience into decision-making, and strengthens student outcomes. There's also a strong history here to build upon. So prior to 2013, DCF and the district worked in close collaborative partnerships for 40 years. That work was nationally recognized, including by the Department of Labor, and served as a model for other districts. We have continued to demonstrate that collaboration is possible. We share a lot of the same goals. Most recently, DCF and the district worked together to pass the bond and the mill levy, showing our shared commitment to students and this community. Collective bargaining builds on the history and provides a more consistent structure for that collaboration moving forward. Really, there are 3 key reasons to move forward with collective bargaining now. First is to attract and retain talented educators. Districts are competing for qualified staff, and people choose to work where they feel respected, heard, and supported. That directly impacts whether they stay. Second, competition in the metro area. Douglas County is not competing in isolation. We're competing with nearby districts that already have collective bargaining. We're also competing with other professions outside of education who offer competitive pay and working conditions. And third is really about public trust. A formal process is more transparent and accountable than relying on informal channels, shifting board majorities, or behind-the-scenes conversations. So taken together, these are practical reasons to establish a more consistent and forward-looking approach through collective bargaining. I am now going to hand it to Fiona.
All right, thank you. Quickly, just defining an educator union, just simply because there is a lot of misinformation around about us. So educator union is an organization of educators that join together to act around pay, benefits, working and learning conditions, and school policies. Instead of each teacher trying to solve problems alone, a union gives them a chance to solve issues with a collective voice through advocacy. Union members also get access to liability insurance, professional development, and a community of folks beyond their individual school. To that end, we'll define collective bargaining, which is a structured process between educators and district leadership. It covers compensation, benefits, hours, workload, class size, and working conditions, among other things. And it creates clear expectations and enforceable agreement. Replaces inconsistency with a transparent framework. This is a legally binding document. In terms of how collective bargaining works, members elect a bargaining team. The team gathers staff input through surveys and conversations, and then uses that input to develop a proposal and works with district administrators to create a bargaining schedule. They will work together to form a tentative agreement. That tentative agreement would be submitted to union members and to the school board, both to vote on. If it passes, it becomes a master agreement for the terms of the agreement. If it doesn't, it'll go back, the 2 sides would go back to the bargaining table to figure out what needs to be solved to get it through the votes. This is not a hypothetical how this will work. This is how it worked here. It truly was a partnership. There was teacher presence on virtually every committee. DCF managed professional development for the district. There was such mutual respect and collaboration that DCF had a seat in the superintendent's cabinet. Classified negotiations were co-facilitated by certified folks and administrators. When the district leadership changed to CBA, there was a mass exodus of employees at all levels. Teachers and classified staff had no voice and little respect, and things were done to them, not with them. The evaluation system changed, becoming an instrument that is highly subjective and easily weaponized. The compensation system was replaced with a process that was based on supply and demand, and many people were frozen. Ultimately, all of that is to say that DCSD went from a nationally recognized destination district for staff to one that educator prep programs cautioned graduates to avoid. And I'll pass it over to Chris.
Next slide, please. Or do I have to push? We want to take the time to clear up some misconceptions about teachers' unions and collective bargaining. Here are the facts. In districts where teachers and staff bargain, they are not forced to join the union or pay dues. The union is made up of educators themselves, not outsiders. Unions do not exist to defend bad teachers, but to defend the due process rights of all teachers and staff. Bargaining is not just about pay. Compensation usually only makes up 10% of the topics covered. In a CBA, there are lots of other topics we want to bargain over, including workload, class size, support, and educator voice. Sometimes anti-union sentiment comes from the fear of strikes. The truth is, teachers and staff could strike at any time, with a union or not. The only thing that prevents strikes or work stoppages is a CBA that includes a no strike clause for the duration of the agreement. Now that we've explained educator, unions, and collective bargaining, we want to go back to the 3 reasons why we should implement bargaining. The first reason is attracting and retaining talented educators. We want to acknowledge the hard work of all staff in this district, as well as our highly involved parents and committed students who have made us one of the top performing districts in Colorado. At the same time, though, we face real staffing pressures. We have fluctuating turnover, and that costs money. The Learning Policy Institute estimates that the cost of teacher turnover ranges from $12,000 to over $25,000 per teacher. We also have one of the highest student-teacher ratios in the metro area. Strong student outcomes still depend on stable staffing, competitive compensation, and educators having a credible voice in the decisions that shape their work. There is strong evidence that collective bargaining can help us manage staffing pressures. The Colorado Education Association, one of the statewide educator unions here in Colorado, conducted a statewide representative survey of educators last year that included folks in Douglas County. Here's what they found. 82% of Colorado educators said that they personally know someone who left the profession in the past year. 90% report they would prefer or only work in districts with a collective bargaining agreement. 88% of Colorado educators believe they should have a legally protected right to bargain collectively. The bottom line is the educator influence matters, and unions make a difference. CEA reported when educators have influence on important school decisions and leadership, that builds trust, and they are more likely to stay. CEA also noted that educators in districts with collective bargaining agreements report higher salaries and greater trust, respect, and influence over school decisions. I'm going to turn it over to Julie.
Right. The second reason to implement collective bargaining is the metro area competition with other districts or private schools. Collective bargaining is already in place in several Colorado districts. These districts bargain for real day-to-day issues. Bargaining is a normal tool for solving practical school system problems. This is beyond pay. As was referenced in the facts and myths slide, collective bargaining discussions only happen about 10% of the time. Examples of collective bargaining include special education workload, planning time, leave, class size, report cards, and support systems for all staff. Next slide. The state of Colorado and Douglas County are expensive places to live. Many of our educators and support staff feel real financial pressure. Some employees work second jobs or leave education altogether for more sustainable options. A CBA creates a clear process to address quality of life concerns for all staff in Douglas County School District. As you can see from the slide, Colorado educators earn just 62 cents for every dollar earned by similar professionals, the worst gap in the nation. The DCSD starting salary is $51,914, while the minimum living wage in the state is $68,473, which is a 24% gap. The cost of living in Douglas County is even higher at $75,973. Next slide. As for how we stack up with our competitors, our teachers and staff likely face the greatest financial struggles in the metro area. Staff compare salary schedules and working conditions across districts. They also compare commute times, affordability, and a sense of support provided within the district. This slide compares ourselves with other districts. Now we understand that education funding is quite hamstrung. We're not here to say there is more money than there simply isn't. What we want to show is that folks who work here face real financial struggles and that collective bargaining could help give teachers and all staff a voice in trying to address quality of life concerns. I'll turn it over to Nadine.
So why does this all matter? Staff choose districts to work for based on both pay and working conditions such as voice in decision-making, workload, and respect. The informal collaboration which is currently in place simply is not enough by itself. Collective bargaining creates a stable structure to address these issues together. Next slide. We've covered retention and metro area competition, which brings us to our third reason to implement collective bargaining now, and that's building public trust. Bargaining helps more than employees, especially under the concept of bargaining for the common good. Bargaining for the common good is a bargaining strategy where educators, staff, and their unions join together with parents and other stakeholders to bring about change that benefits not just educators, but students and the community as a whole. Students benefit from more stability in staffing, better continuity, reasonable class size, and by putting stronger student support staffing on the bargaining agenda. Parents benefit from the transparency and accountability that comes with collective bargaining. In most districts, bargaining sessions are public, and many unions consult with parents on bargaining topics. Taxpayers benefit from more predictable problem solving, fewer expensive negative effects from turnover and vacancies, and that bargaining can happen in public. Is it okay to continue?
If you could continue quickly. You see how hard it is, right, to keep to the time. So if you could, I'd hate to cut into the Q&A
classes and their timers going. Okay, this is about solving school system problems in the public interest. Next slide. So we've outlined the 3 core reasons for asking to implement collective bargaining. Now we'd like to address some common objections. These common objections are much like the myths seen on the previous slide. Yes, bargaining takes time up front, but it creates a more organized process in which efforts are redirected to be more efficient, not increased, thereby saving time in the long run. It does not remove the board's authority to govern or set budgets. The board retains its authority. It can reduce conflict by creating clear rules and channels for problem solving, and better working conditions are directly connected to better learning conditions, putting the focus on our students where it really ought to be. And I'll return the mic to Lucy.
All right, I'm just going to wrap it up. I need 30 seconds. So we want to recognize already that we are so grateful that we have groups like Teacher Connect and Employee Council where we can come together and have a voice with you, but it doesn't replace collective bargaining because we want to represent all job positions. So we are just asking for these structures to be put in place, and just again asking for you to recognize Douglas County Federation as the bargaining representative starting next school year. This is really a pro-staff, pro-student, pro-stability decision, supports everyone, and thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Yeah. All right. Thank you all for being here to present and to answer questions. So I know we have about 15 minutes scheduled for us to have a Q&A, and I'll get us started right away. Who wants to go? Director Densler.
Thank you so much. I'm not letting anybody steal my joy on this. I am so happy to have you here, and I'm so happy that we're at the position and the point where we can have this conversation. I did something yesterday that I encourage all of us who are politically engaged to do. And I actually met with someone who is not only opposed to the CBA, but who is vehemently opposed. And this is a gentleman who worked tirelessly against me even being up here today, but when all is said and done, I represent him too. And I made the commitment to him, one that I intend to honor now, and that is that I'm going to ask you to address 2 of his questions. I will have to take turns because we all ask one question at a time, but his first question, and probably the most important question he asked, was regarding DCF's membership. You've kind of covered this in your presentation, but he asked how a CBA is even justifiable if DCF likely represents less than half of our licensed teachers. I'm wondering if you can speak to that question for me.
Yes, I'm happy to. And I have some notes, if you don't mind that I refer for numbers and things. After the district refused to bargain with DCF, board members and administrators at that time did everything they could to dismantle us. They singled out union reps. They told new hires there was no union here. They created an environment where teachers and staff worked in fear and isolation. Teachers and staff had limited access to their union. DCF meetings couldn't happen at schools after the bell rang or before, and the word union became a dirty word, and that was completely unjustified. However, in the last few years, things have changed. Administrators saw what happened without us. Board members understood the value we could add. The environment became much friendlier, and we have done an immense amount of work to build ourselves back. As we said before, we have over 1,000 members now, and we continue to grow. That growth really exploded in the last year and into this school year. And ultimately, we do know that there are folks working here who decided to stay here this year pending on the results of a decision on collective bargaining and the board election. So I think that while, you know, the argument that we represent less than half, it was an uphill battle with headwinds to get to the place we are at now. There's true enthusiasm here, as you can tell by the people that spent their valuable time coming today. And so we would hope that you'd respect that enthusiasm.
Great, thank you. And thank you for holding your second question. I didn't even have to ask. Who would like to go next? Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. Earlier tonight, we heard that, you know, there's large national politics at play here, but when I'm looking out in the room, all I see are teachers and many faces that I recognize. So I just want to acknowledge that to start with. And actually, the question I was going to ask, I'm now putting on pause because I want to build on to Denzler's question. When we're talking about headwinds, do you mind just sharing with me what are some of the challenges?
When we lost collective bargaining, we lost the ability to communicate using district email, which is a streamlined way to communicate with employees. And so gathering personal email information, personal phone numbers, and not being able to communicate with anyone who just wants information has been challenging. So I think that's the biggest.
Yeah, we also had, you know, building reps who were actively discouraged from just having these conversations with their colleagues. And we used to have DCF meetings at school buildings. That was like largely discouraged. And there was generally a culture of fear around DCF and teacher unions, where folks felt singled out for standing up for what they felt was working super well prior to 2012 and 2013.
Sorry, what policy prohibits the use of district email and?
There isn't one. We've just been continually blocked from using it.
And also at staff meetings, we were told directly not to.
By administrators.
Don't know where that came from other than word of mouth.
Other questions? Director Geiger and then Director Callahan.
I know the guy she was talking to. He didn't want me here either. But the question remains. We've increased our scores. We're one of the best scoring districts in the metropolitan area, one of the best scoring districts in the state. What will a collective bargaining agreement do that will improve that?
That's a great question, and one I was prepared to answer, so I also have notes for that. Douglas County is an amazing school district, and it is one of the top ranking, although it's not the top. There are two other metro districts that are ahead of us, Cherry Creek and Littleton. And what if the competitive edge is a collective bargaining agreement? That might just be the case. To answer the other question that came up that I think goes alongside this is, yes, we are performing very well academically, and also thanks to quite frankly, the hard work of our members along with the community and the district, we were able to pass the bond and MLO and get increases. Those did not even get us on par with the surrounding area. So there's still a lot to be done. We also still have the highest teacher-student ratio, and we are not at the top for student-counselor ratio. So there's still room to improve. And truly, a CBA could be that competitive edge. Also, I would beg the question, how could giving our classroom experts harm that effort?
Great, thank you. Director Callahan? Oh.
I just want to say, because I'm going to say it, I recognize a lot of the faces in this room, in large part, because they used shoe leather next to me to pass the last MLO and the last bond, and I'll just be as blunt as I can. None of the people who came in here today opposing the union.
I'm going to keep us moving, Director Geiger. I'm sorry. I just want other people to have a chance. Director Callahan, sorry, it's a horrible job.
Thank you all for the presentation. I think it's very clear from listening to you all tonight and having conversations in the past, the teacher voice is kind of front and kind of foremost in your mind. I was wondering if you could share for the public and for the board, if you could give 2 or 3 ideas or desires that teachers are expressing right now that they don't currently have and would like to, outside of voice, which I've heard clearly, but what do you feel like the collective bargaining agreement would elevate for teachers?
I know one of our public's comments brought up the elementary report card that was changed, and we had just a matter of weeks to work within that framework. So I'm not saying that we would take over at all, but I think just including us more in some of those conversations to make that workload manageable without it being as frustrating, and the hours that we put into something that changed so quickly on us is something that is missing.
And that's demonstrative of a larger problem, which is there are different policies and initiatives that get rolled out without really including us in the development of those that then directly impact us. So that is a great example of one of those initiatives or new things that was a good thing and made perfect sense, but was rolled out like weeks before report cards were supposed to be done.
We had 15 days.
Right. And to that end, we do survey our members and non-members about what it is they care about. And consistently, class size comes up. And we realize that class size in some ways is tied to money. But I do think that that is something that directly impacts the workload of our educators and our support staff. But it also impacts the quality of the education our students receive. And I think ultimately, what our folks are looking to do is do their job the best they can. And a lot of those things can be bargaining topics in a CBA where we believe that our goals are aligned with yours, which is having the best student outcomes possible.
I think one other thing is knowing that all elementary colleagues are working under the same consistent expectations. So if it is report cards and the amount of standards or PLOs that we're reporting out on, it's the same among buildings. It doesn't have to be, so we're not asking for local control at schools to be taken away, because we all love that too and being involved in our decisions at schools. But the same consistent, if there is a high school teacher who takes over during their planning time to cover a class and they get extra pay for that, if that happens at an elementary, are we meeting the same expectations? Do we get the same type of pay. So I think just consistency in some of the expectations between schools, between elementary, middle, high school, also could go a lot, and just having those conversations.
Director Parker and Ryan, do either of you have a question?
In your opinion, if it stops here and nothing happens, what do you think would happen?
We were expecting that question. So here's what I can say as a very passionate teacher who is standing in front of you, president of our union. I don't have a good answer for what's next. I will say that we have been without collective bargaining for over a decade. I remember the day at school in August of 2012 when I realized that my paycheck was frozen, or 2011, without any communication. So those things have been very impactful. We are here in support of this, so we're not going away. We're not ending the conversation. We will keep asking. We will keep bugging you. Our job is the best job ever, and it is the hardest job ever, and we are often criticized. Our expertise is questioned, our experience questioned. So knowing that we are valued, that what we do every day, showing up for our students, because that's why we're all here, matters, and that we have that equal respect is so important for our morale. There is real enthusiasm here, and we're not going to just stop. So.
If I could add one more thing to that. When this happened in 2012 and 2013, a lot of people left. I know for a fact there are a lot of people in this district who hung on this year because of the work we were doing. In fact, anecdotally, but this is true, the Douglas County Elementary Teacher of the Year was very active in our union last year. She left. Your best elementary teacher left last year because she couldn't afford to stay here and was just absolutely tired of the inconsistency in her job. That should scare you. That should be enough.
I have a question. So I see people that I've known for years when I look out here, teachers, and I just want to thank you for being here. I sat on the cabinet when there was a union rep that sat on the cabinet, and I saw how it worked previously. I'm not sure what your vision is for how to ensure representative teacher voice and what that looks like, but if you could speak to that structure, I think that would be something really helpful for me to understand.
Yeah, I think what we had in place before was not broken. It was just characterized that way for whatever reason. I think there are a lot of models in the metro that we could emulate. I think there's also an opportunity for us to build a model that works best for Douglas County. So in terms of specificity, probably not as specific an answer you're looking for, mainly because I think it's up to both the district and our members to decide that. I don't know that they've been given the space or opportunity to form that kind of idea.
That's a fair answer. And we are, let's see, Director Dinsler, I'm back to you. And then did I see Director Thompson? Okay.
Well, the second question I was going to ask was already asked, but I have a third. So when I was talking to this constituent, he mentioned that, the difference in his mind, and I'm sure it's a belief that's shared among some people who oppose unions, is that, for private sector unions, there's a safety element. My father, for example, was a merchant marine engineer. That union was about working conditions in the boiler room so that he would stay safe. To my mind, and maybe you can speak more on this, there is a safety element here as well. And I'm wondering if, you can address that.
Yeah, there is a huge safety element. It was great that there was 40 minutes dedicated to it right before this presentation. This is a job that requires a certain amount of safety training of all of our educators in the buildings, and I'm sure you can all attest to going through those things. I think ultimately, one of the key reasons that educators in particular join their union is for, one, liability coverage. because things happen and you don't plan for them to happen, but they do. But also that you have a say in making sure that you don't ever have to use that liability coverage, i.e. having a seat at the table in some of these safety discussions, and also having a voice in terms of articulating to the board and to district admin what it's like to be in a classroom and to say, that won't work, but this will. I think, yes, this is obviously a profession that safety is a top priority, not only for the people that work there, but for the students that they're tasked with protecting and teaching every day.
Great, thank you. And as the timekeeper, I'm supposed to say time, but also our norms say that when we run out of time, we can ask whether we would like to extend the time and take a motion to extend the time. That's actually in our norms. I saw that recently, and I had a board director request that. So is there a request to extend the time at
I
this
sure
point?
want to hear what Director Thompson has to ask.
So let's just, do we want to extend the time or just have one more question?
How many more questions? Do you still have more?
Just you. All right, go right ahead.
Actually, my question, thank you guys, it's kind of directed for you guys. So I care what the teachers want, and I'm trying to understand how we can find out what the teachers want if they can't communicate with each other on the topic.
Are there thoughts on ways to solicit that or allow that to happen? Is there a specific recommendation?
Well, I guess I'm just kind of confused. I'm not familiar with a policy. Perhaps staff can let me know if there's a policy that restricts it, or if there's some sort of, I can't imagine there's some law that restricts it in the public sector. I know that things like forcing it to come out of paychecks or something like that, but like fees, for example, we can't do that. But I'm a little lost on why that's a rule and how we would address that.
Can I speak to the state law on this? There's a state law in the books called Prop Law, which was passed in 2024, that protects public sector employees' right to organize and to communicate with each other. That obviously it mirrors the National Labor Relations Act, which says it can't be done on quote-unquote company time, which we never did. It was always after school. I guess I would say that that law has been enforced in many a school district. I've been in the hearings representing the unions.
So it seems to me, do we need to have a motion to open up the ability for staff to communicate with each other on this topic?
I think the challenge is this is info only tonight on the agenda. So I think there's nothing preventing us from, bringing forward another agenda item where we can pass a motion. But I worry about it being an info item, and I know in the past we have challenged boards that have acted when an agenda was an info.
Question, but Erin,
Superintendent Kane, and then.
Yeah, my understanding of the practice that was going on long before we were here was that certainly they can communicate with their members using district email or each other using district email, but we weren't publishing, we weren't releasing the district emails, the specific district emails of all staff. So that's been our general policy, and I think the idea was that if we did it for one group, we'd have to do it for all groups. That's my understanding. And certainly the board can do whatever they need to do.
Director Parker, I think.
Yeah, I guess I'm just confused because it sounds like there is no policy preventing communication, yet there's a vibe that's preventing communication.
Not a vibe.
Not a vibe,
We
okay.
verified that the word union was being flagged in emails. We've been blocked from sending them from our DCF email addresses. We've also, when we've gone to schedule meetings at school buildings, we've been told that we're not allowed to do that. And that has been very inconsistent across buildings. Folks tell us that at the direction of district admin, they're not allowed to have us there. Telling you our experience.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Okay.
Director Geiger?
I believe this is an important issue. I also believe it's one that the superintendent and her staff should have some time to research and get back to us. There are policies, and then there are traditions, and then there are policies at different buildings. And I personally would like to hear from the superintendent and staff sometime in the next week or two about how this works and what the policies are. And I will be directing a more specific question to the superintendent tomorrow.
I see general head nods on that. I think all of us could send questions to the superintendent that we think would be relevant. You know, legal questions, different questions that might be applicable. So given that, and given that we're out of time, I think we're at a good point to thank all of you for your time and for your advocacy tonight and for all you do for our kids. So thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you again for allowing us.
Okay, with that, I think we are at recess on the agenda. It is 8:13, so we'll take 10 minutes, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, the meeting will come back to order. We're reconvening from recess. Our next item on the agenda is 9.4, the MLO consideration next steps, with a 10-minute presentation and a 15-minute Q&A. Superintendent Kane, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, and CFO Schleisner is going to join me as well. All right, let's see if I can keep with my 10 minutes. This is a contest with myself, because I think I'm the worst violator of the time. All right. Okay, so we promised we would come back to the board with more detailed information about what we recommend the MLO be used for, amounts, impact to taxpayers, etc. So that is what we're going to talk about tonight. I am starting with how schools are funded. I will try to go through it fairly quickly, but I think that anytime we have an MLO discussion, it's really important to start with how schools are funded. Then we'll talk about the proposal and next steps, and we do have an appendix with the slide deck that we presented last time, including the polling, etc. All right, we always start with our board ends and our strategic plan. That's what an MLO would fundamentally be funding. How our schools are funded, these are from my State of the District presentation, but for our public, our schools are funded through local tax dollars as well as state tax dollars. When we collect more locally, we get less from the state, and you can see that graph on the left-hand side of the screen, how that has changed over the years as assessed values went up, and our local taxpayers paid more. The state of Colorado paid less. Also, we've talked in the past about our tax impact on our citizens in the state of Colorado. In 2013, our mill rate outside of the School Finance Act was 22.5 mills. Today, even with our recent ballot initiatives, it's 18.1 mills. So you can see that over that decade plus of time, our tax rate dropped dramatically, and that's one of the biggest reasons our district continues to be so squeezed. The 2023 mill levy override was spent exactly as promised. We increased teacher and staff pay by 9%, or a little more than 9%. And as Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and Mr. Grusing presented earlier, we've increased safety and security at our schools exactly as promised. I also want to make sure I put up the 2024 bond with a QR code where our public can see exactly what progress we have made with the bond and what our plans are by region and by school. It's an interactive map. Just to compare our funding to surrounding districts, and again, this is post ballot initiatives. It's getting better, but it's still incredibly challenging. The blue represents the funding that we are entitled to under the School Finance Act, and this compares us with our peer districts. Remember that blue comes from both local taxes and state taxes, so today it's a little more local than it was state, whereas a few years ago it was more state and less local. The orange is the dollars per student that we raise through our mill levy override. It's much better than it was, almost double what it was, and it's still much less than most of our peers. So you can kind of see their mill levy override dollar amount per student. That is the biggest difference in our funding. And how our money is spent on students, 82% of our dollars go directly into the classroom for school programming and student programming. The green represents facility and operations, bus drivers, that kind of thing, groundskeepers, all the things that we need to keep the schools running, electrical bills, all that stuff. And the blue is what people traditionally think of as kind of central admin. That's system-wide supports like human resources, business services, IT, etc. And then our central administration costs, I think that one of the first things our taxpayers always tell us is, if you're having financial trouble, just reduce central administration. We have done that over the years so significantly that now 3% of our employees are administrators, so that counts principals, assistant principals, myself, my team, our district directors. 3% are considered administrators, and the statewide average is about 5%. We have an incredibly lean central administration, which is why we look like our hair is on fire all the time. And then our return on investment for our taxpayers. So again, this is the total tax rate that our taxpayers are paying in Douglas County versus the other school districts. The numbers, the ratings are based on our test scores for our students. We are the #1 district in the metro area based on achievement and growth of our students. And you can see that Cherry Creek is #4. I just had to put that out there. And you can see that our mill rate has gone down over year, despite our ballot initiatives. So even though we passed the 2024 bond, our mill rate has been inching down. All right, so all of that sets the context for a proposed 2026 MLO. We are proposing a mill levy override that invests both in teachers' staff compensation as well as in opportunities for students that are in alignment with the board ends and the strategic plan, including addressing our career and technical education wait lists, which are incredibly significant, and programming for students with special needs, and a number of other things that we will go through in more detail. These are our high-level proposed investments for the mill levy override. So first, I want to explain to all of you and to the public what the $12 million is on the top. So our charter schools get an equal per student share of the mill levy override that we get. And so for us, that total is $12 million that will be distributed to our charter schools. Our charter schools, as they have in the past, will need to give us a plan showing how they plan to spend that mill levy override dollars on the causes or some of the causes that are on the ballot question. And then the rest of the money, then we're talking about kind of the rest. So once you take 12 million off the top, the rest, safety and security, another 1.5 million to safety and security. That would help us with the additional SRO coverage. If the commissioners end up covering that additional SRO coverage for rurals, it'll still help us get our elementary school numbers down. And it also includes an annual allowance similar to our last mill levy override. So the safety and security team have an allowance on an annual basis to invest in updated cameras and updated things that they need as time goes on. Compensation, it would be a 4% increase for teachers and staff to keep pace with inflation and to improve competitiveness by further closing the gap with the market. Career and technical education, this would invest in an expansion of pathways, existing and new, to meet student and family demand. So as I've mentioned, we have a lot of students on career and technical education pathway wait lists. So this would mean adding classes of existing pathways. We also have a lot of students and industry that are expressing a desire for pathways that we don't currently have. So this would be an investment in both of $4.2 million. An annual curriculum investment of $3.3 million. We often take, particularly our numeracy and literacy curriculum has traditionally been paid for by the schools themselves. And our schools have really struggled to pay for them, and it meant that our schools had kind of unequitable resources. Some had resources, you know, for our students that were really struggling. Some kind of had the bare minimum. So we took that over when we invested in the science of reading as well as numeracy. We kind of took that over centrally, but it was never budgeted year over year. It was taken over kind of with one-time money. So we would like to have that annual budget to continue to refresh those resources in literacy and numeracy to make sure that all of our schools have equitable access to those resources. Specialized student programming would establish and enhance our programming for our students with special needs. And honestly, our deputy superintendent was like, 16 million would be great. And I was like, well, how about 5.6? Because there's so much that everyone needs, that all these departments need. It really took a lot to narrow it down. This would pay for not only additional center-based programming, but it would pay for specialized programming so that we can have standalone specialized programming so that we're not sending students out of district so much. Athletics and activities, that's an investment to, it's again an investment to ensure equitable facilities across our schools and programs, and add athletics and activities for our elementary students with special needs. And student programming, someone mentioned tonight that elementary music was cut back in 2012. That is correct. elementary instrumental music was cut back then, and there is a lot of demand to bring it back. So this would restore instrumental music. It would invest in the middle school teaming model and support actually having enough staff to do a really comprehensive systemic AI implementation. Impact on teacher pay, you can see our current is the top line, and then I am going to run over my time. I'm trying, I'm so close. The current is our top line, and then the green is if we are able to give a 4% increase, that would put our starting pay almost $1,000 above Jeffco's. You can see that our max salary is already pretty well positioned and certainly would be really well positioned. That's the max in our schedule, the max you can get to in a schedule. And as we always do, you can see the star at the bottom where 60% of our staff are on the general schedule, 30% are on hard to hire, I can barely read it, 53, 30, and 17. So we weight the starting and the max salary based on those three schedules, based on the percentage of staff that are on those three schedules. That kind of makes up our district average. And, see, it's because the timer went off, that's why. Yep, there we go. And so the tax impact of a potential MLO, I didn't change that title to 54 million. It should say 54 million. The tax impact of a $54 million MLO, which is the third bullet, would be $33.70 per 100,000 of actual value, or an average of $236 for an average home. I put 50 and 54 because initially we were talking about a $50 million MLO. Our last MLO, as a reminder, was a $66 million MLO. And our financial advisors and our CFO did all their crunching with all their things and came back that we actually have the capacity to ask for 54 million. So that's what our slide deck is recommending, but we still left the impact of 50 million in there. I also want to be transparent that this is a little bit higher than what we polled, because we were polling an average based on what we thought our capacity was at that time. But we have another opportunity, of course, to poll this impact. And finally, next steps. Next steps would be, we would ask tonight that if you want us to continue to explore a 2026 MLO, let us know. And then these are kind of some of our key actions and deliverables that would be happening in the near term. And then we do have a plan for the longer term. And that concludes my presentation. I was so close. Any questions?
Very close, very close. So thank you so much. Obviously, we've had multiple presentations on this topic recently, including polling. So tonight our goal is really to decide whether we wish to have the superintendent continue to explore the 2026 MLO and whether we want to speak to specificity in that research. But also, are there other ideas for engagement, perhaps board committees, et cetera? So with that, I'm happy to just open it up for conversation, and we'll again try to do one question and get around to everyone. Who wants to go first? You can combine a comment if it's quick with a question.
Superintendent Kane, this is not you and I's first go around on this. It feels like this runway is a little bit shorter in part because we haven't had the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee input like we've had in the past. Can you just update us on what you've done to advise the board committees and what your feedback has been from them?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got that in the appendix. Maybe. Can you guys put the slides in the front so I can move them? There we go. All right. If you'll forgive me for just a moment while I get to the right slide. We've got in the appendix the feedback. It was presented to you all last time. Can you guys advance the slides for me? They're just not going. So I apologize, Director Geiger, but it is in the appendix. I have talked to every one of your board committees except MBOC because they meet quarterly. So I believe I'm on their next agenda. And your, I can't do it. It's like 10 slides from here. Your board committees did give feedback on the priorities. Oh, thank you so much. You'll have to go way down. Up, yep. Down a little further, sorry. Okay. If I could advance them, that'd be awesome. Sorry. Okay.
Just to be clear,
that's okay.
I think
So
that's the last slide.
it's all good. Anyway, on the last presentation that I gave at the last meeting, I gave you the feedback from the board committees. All three of them were surveyed on what they believed should be the highest priorities for the mill levy override. In addition, you all put a survey out in your board shorts presentation that would also ask the public those same answers. We reviewed all of that data very carefully when selecting the priorities that we put forward in our proposal. So if memory serves, the DAC had compensation as number one. The FOC, not surprisingly, had personal financial literacy rated as number one, and that is embedded in our suggestion. And LRPC, I can't quite recall what their number one was, but those were presented last time.
Director Thompson.
So I understand that MBOC meets quarterly. I do want to just elevate that they have offered to meet more frequently in order to serve what they've been charged with by the board. So they have offered that they're flexible, that they're willing to meet, not only if a recommendation's required and it's time sensitive, but also something like this is time sensitive. And yeah, so just want to bring that up.
Director Ryan.
So the teacher pay to come to the 4%, we're weighting the starting minimum salary for DCSD, but the rest of the districts, that's their actual minimum rather than weighted because we don't necessarily have that info, or is that weighted for them as well?
The other districts do not have multiple schedules.
Okay.
They have one schedule. We have 3 schedules, so that's why I weighted it. Does that make sense?
Yes, so
Okay.
that's actual minimum, but actual minimum is actual minimum across the board.
Correct. That's their actual starting salary across the board and their actual maximums across the board.
Director Callahan.
Going back to the special ed item, could you talk a little bit about what you mentioned standalone programs. Could you help folks understand what that means and looks like?
Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, do you want to speak a little more to that?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we have been in the process of implementing autism programming at the elementary level. We have 4 programs right now, and so we are very interested in expanding that programming to the middle and high school levels, and so that is one example of programming needs at the secondary level.
Since we're on this slide, the career and tech education at 4.2 million, I'm pretty sure with our polling, our question was around there being wait lists and asking for favorability. So I see this as speaking to both new and existing CTE programs. Are you able to say how much of the 4.2 million is new versus meeting the wait lists for the existing programs?
Thank you for the question. A big part of that, as you pull it apart a little bit more, is about how do we actually fund FTE actually into our current buildings for current CTE programming. So there's a good chunk of right-sizing the FTE that would be to existing programs, which would allow them to expand their programming and wait lists, knowing that right now schools get about 0.25 FTE for certified state level programming, and increase that to 0.34, which actually allow us to increase staffing, to increase capability around that, and then also increase staffing that would be towards the new programs to fund those startup programming. Note the state has actually limited our ability to actually have startup funds at the statewide programming, so we'd be able to self-sustain some of those programs. So any new program, we'd offer staffing as well as some startup costs.
Who's raising their hand? Director Thompson? Okay.
I actually really appreciate that question because it's still pretty abstract. I'm even looking at the other table, at least some of the categories. And so knowing that that number is explained by an increase in FTE, helps me better understand why a smaller population is going to have that much more money. Whereas when I look at curricular investment, I'm like, okay, that's going to impact, you know, all grades. And so you would think that might be a higher number. So I guess maybe the feedback here is it would be helpful to know if we're funding FTE, resources, what exactly is happening in each of those categories.
Thank you for that feedback. Yes, you are correct. We are funding FTE when we are talking about career and technical education. We're fundamentally funding FTE when we're talking about specialized student programming and student programming. So I think we can make that more clear. Thank you for that feedback.
Director Densler?
I just want to pick up where we left off in the safety and security conversation with the $1.5 million going to safety and security, and it says to cover equipment upgrades and additional SROs. I'm springing this on you, so please don't feel like you need to know this off the top of your head, but would this go towards, like, you know, expanding SRO so that, would this be enough to cover an SRO in every elementary school, or would this be like more of that I don't know. I don't know if I'm being clear.
It's a very good question. This would not cover more than a couple or a few SROs because $500,000 of it is for SROs, and our SROs cost about $250,000 with startup costs. Their ongoing costs are a little bit less, and so it wouldn't cover every elementary school. It would just increase our coverage. And then I believe from the breakout sheet you can see that the other is an allowance. So as you saw, the safety and security presentation, and even in your response back to the commissioners, we've asked about a capital investment in our middle school vestibules and possibly 2 SROs to help cover our rural schools. But the other things on the list that they had up there were things like upgrading cameras, because those age out over time. We have a great system across our district, but things age out. So having an annual allowance for safety and security to invest in the cameras as they're aging out, and the other things you saw on that list. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I wanted to ask about SROs because I think that is so important.
Great. Other questions, or should we shift towards talking about potential direction for motions? Do you have a question or direction? All right, Director Callahan, you can get us started.
I'd like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to continue to explore the 2026 mill levy.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Densler to direct the superintendent to proceed exploring the development of the 2026 mill levy override. With that, I will open it up
President,
to
if I could make a suggestion.
Sure.
So sorry to interrupt. It would be great to verify that you would like us to explore a $54 million mill levy override versus a $50 million mill levy override. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Is there an amendment to the motion that's out there?
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. Is there a second? Okay. Second. Perfect. Now I will open to discussion. Director Thompson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how we can address just getting our committees on board. So, you know, we're going into the summer. The timeline or the runway is short. So I'm wondering if we need to even maybe amend with the friendly amendment, also requesting for the superintendent to engage with our committees. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
So we can consider expanding it. When I was thinking about a motion, I was thinking about including conducting further engagement. I was also thinking about another motion just for us around our district board committees and how they might support further engagement, kind of as a separate motion. So I would be open to including it in this current motion under discussion, or perhaps there's a way to fold it into a new motion as well. I'll open it up to others for thoughts.
I think they should be separate. Sorry, I just started talking. I think they should be separate for clarity's sake.
Okay, since it is open and on the table and in discussion, we can pass as many motions as we want if we feel like we need additional. Any other discussion on the motion that's on the table is that the Board of Ed directs the superintendent to proceed with exploration and development of a potential 2026 mill levy override with an approximate range of 54 million. I think that's what I heard. Okay. Why don't we vote on that since it's open and we have it on the table, and then we can continue. I'll go ahead and call. Discussion?
Just for the public who's listening in, what would that mean? What are we asking Superintendent Kane to do?
So it is as broad as, I mean, we haven't articulated that. So I'm happy to share an additional option that maybe we can consider if this one doesn't pass. So one additional idea was to move that the Board of Ed direct the superintendent to proceed with exploration and development of a potential 2026 mill levy override with an approximate cost of 54 million, aligned to priorities including staff compensation, student programming, specialized student supports and safety, and to conduct further community engagement and return to the board with refined options, including scope, impacts, and recommended ballot language for board consideration. That was my initial thing. Like, obviously, we all come to this with our own ideas, so happy to hear what people think. Director Callahan, Director Densler, then.
I'll withdraw my wimpy motion and defer to your much more thorough one.
I'll second thorough.
All right, so do we have to vote on that, or are you able to just withdraw it? I'm not. Okay, so we. All right. Second. Perfect. All right, so I move that the Board of Ed direct the superintendent to proceed with exploration and development of a potential 2026 mill levy override with an approximate cost of 54 million, aligned to priorities including staff compensation, student programming, specialized student supports and safety, and to conduct further community engagement and return to the board with refined options, including scope, impacts, and recommended ballot language for board consideration.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Director Meek, seconded by Director Callahan. I'm not going to read it again. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Would you like me to share another motion I was thinking might make sense? Okay. All right, so move to direct the board committees to provide targeted feedback on the proposed MLO through engagement methods with committee members, including written input, chair consultations, and survey responses prior to July 25th board retreat, where committee perspectives will be integrated into board deliberations.
Second.
Okay, I open it up for discussion.
President Meek, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah. May I ask what the expectation of staff is in that regard? I just want to make sure we meet expectations.
Sure. I think the staff liaisons would need to work with the committee chairs to ensure discussion takes place during those committee meetings. And I think committee chairs are then responsible for compiling feedback and working with us, and ideally joining, like at least the leadership of the committees joining the July retreat, so we can receive their feedback.
Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely. All right, no discussion? All right, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Strong aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
Great. It passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we will now move into our policy governance section. As a reminder, this is the portion of the agenda that focuses on the board's governance role, how we set direction, monitor performance, ensure accountability on behalf of our community. The first item on here is community connections. We just have 5 minutes scheduled for tonight for a quick update on what transpired since our last board meeting. The student advisory group took place last night where we had roundtable discussions with them on 4 topics. And I gotta tell you, engaging in the two-way dialogue was really powerful. It was a new approach versus the students coming and presenting to us at a formal board meeting. It was a very engaging two-way conversation. Director Denzar, I know you're gonna be preparing a memo that we can all use for a debrief, but I realized it was last night and it probably wouldn't work for tonight. So is there anything else you would add to our update?
I did present at our work session on April 7th, so if any community members missed that, they can go back and watch it. But just briefly, that was a presentation on the community connections meetings that were held at the end of February and throughout March, including the community connection sessions that met with licensed staff, classified staff, and senior citizens. Of course, students are a big part of our stakeholders, stakeholder groups and owners. And so last night was just really impressive to see how thoughtful they were around different policies and directions for this board. And I look forward to holding more community connections sessions as 2026 rolls along, including, I imagine, we're going to have some discussion topics to broach with our owners around the proposed MLO.
Great, thank you. And I'll just open it up if anyone else wants to share anything from last night. I know we don't have a lot of time to go into depth, but didn't know if anyone had comments that you want to make. Director Thompson?
So thank you for our student leaders. Those presentations were fantastic, well polished. My only complaint is I didn't get to hear all of them, that I only got to hear 2. I liked the award ceremony at the end, and I want to give kudos to staff for elevating each other in that process. And then finally, are we going to be giving updates to Kelly, like our own perspectives, what we heard, like kind of like we did the last time, or how will that work?
I would love any notes or thoughts that you took. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And the students are sharing their presentations that will get posted, and yeah, we'll have those. So any other comments? Director Geiger?
The only thing I would add, as always, I'm deeply impressed with the students we have on SAG and the presentations they gave. I did want to compliment the cabinet members who also arrived yesterday. I keep getting to be with Ms. Hyatt at these things, and the students greatly and appreciated that she had real world questions and real world solutions for them. And I know that the rest of the cabinet members that attended had equal. So I think us seeing the students is important. I think various cabinet members also hearing from the students is equally important.
Great, seeing no further comments, I will move us on to item 10.2, Board Policy JICJA, Student Use of Communication Devices in School. This is a 3rd reading. We have 30-minute discussion scheduled for this. As a reminder, with it being a 3rd reading, we've had a first and a second, so we've had multiple conversations on this. The agenda packet includes a couple of alternative versions of this policy language. The alternative version is really a direct result of what we heard at the board community meeting when we met with licensed staff and received feedback from them. And so I just really want to thank the staff for preparing that additional language for consideration. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Sure. If we may, President Meek, Assistant Superintendent Windsor, and I just have a few slides to level set for everybody. We'll be really quick. And then the team that you met, or a portion of the team that you met the last time we talked about this, were really good enough to come back tonight and answer questions. So you're awesome. Thank you very much for coming. I will start, and again, we were going to be real brief. So what the board has in front of them tonight is a revised staff recommended JICJA to include language regarding the use of CDs in locker rooms and other private spaces. That's an outgrowth of the conversation we had with the board last time, and really want to be responsive to the board on that. We have an alternative policy draft, as you mentioned, President Meek. We hope that's useful for the board. Happy to talk with the board about that. And just to represent for the board's ease of reference and really for the public's as well, policy JICJA-R, that's the implementation policy, the superintendent policy that accompanies JICJA. That may or may not be important context for the board as they consider JICJA. And JIHA is going to be replaced presumably once the board decides on JICJA. So again, we wanted to represent that for the board's convenience. And with that, we'll talk a little bit about the brief behavior matrix.
So thank you very much, Steve, appreciate it. Part of the conversation that I wanted to highlight is as we've been engaging in this work and getting feedback from our staff and our school leaders is really one, do they thoroughly understand the policy? And a big part, which I think has been a dialogue, is how do we also then say if a student is in violation of policy or behaviors, how do we naturally give guidance to ensure that one, we understand the circumstance every student is going through and provide some guidance. So we currently do that right now. We have what's called a behavior matrix, which is really identified around kind of developmental approaches about how we support students at the elementary and secondary level. And part of my almost 20 years being in the district, there's always been this general guide that we've used to provide guidance to if a student has inappropriate behavior, what potentially could be the intervention or supports that we want to be able to help our students to learn from their mistakes, but also if there's a progressive first offense, second offense, and third offense, what potentially would be some guidance about addressing those to have some consistency across our 92 schools. And so we have a group that currently right now that meets is our behavior matrix team. That's a mixture of system principals and deans and principals that give us guidance on just reviewing our documentation of policies, violation of some of those policies, and then what would be our interventions around that. And so what we've been doing is that same as we've been correspondingly seeing this policy potentially come to fruition, we've also wanted to get feedback from our system that if a student potentially would violate the CD policy around things, a big part I do want to highlight is we're not here to just discipline and hammer students. I think one thing I really want to highlight when we say discipline, it really is around how do we intervene and respond to make sure we're supporting students in this process. But we do want to give some guidance of what that may look like. And so we've solicited some feedback, I think, from our principals most recently at a regional meeting, and we'll be also providing our assistant principals and deans this Thursday to give us feedback around what potentially would that progressively look like and supports for our students. So again, this past week we've done that. We will also then on Thursday get some feedback, but we really want to make sure there's a dedicated process to gather feedback on what that may look like. Once we've gathered this feedback, we'll actually bring it to that behavior team that has done this in previous policies as well. They'll work on creating some draft guidance on potentially what a first offense, second offense, kind of and third offense potentially what that looks like, and then really draft some language. We would then have a chance to look at that as a school leadership team, and then as we put some of that guidance like we have on a regular basis, we would then roll that information out to our all of our district leaders, school leaders specifically in our June and August training to give you an idea of what just a snippet of what that potentially could look like. This is one line off of our behavior matrix team that talks about the description of behavior, the definition of what it looks like. How do you include law enforcement? Is there a Title IX component? Is there a threat assessment that's needed? And here's kind of what a first offense, second offense, third offense is. The big reason why we want this is such a helpful document is every situation does have a nuance to it. I can tell you, I was just in a school, as a matter of fact, this week and even last week as well, and we had a student that was in one of our high schools that was using the device and happened to be in there, and student got on the phone real quick and was panicked, and we saw what the look was going on. In that moment, the student got a message saying their dad just was rushed to the hospital. How you would have handled that situation versus when I was walking into another class, a student snapping another student, those are two different circumstances. And we want to be very careful about how we handle all situations in one particular way. We gave some feedback.
our natural process is to utilize this behavior matrix as guidance for our schools. And we even talked a little bit about what could that look like in the policy, or can we continue to use the guidance? As of right now, about 3/4 of our leaders gave guidance saying it'd be harder to have that living in the policy, but would love to continue to keep utilizing the behavior matrix as a means to engage in that.
Thank you, Danny. And just for anybody watching at home or in the theater, we have provided for the public a cumulative slide deck that includes all of the slides that we presented throughout this conversation. So it's an easy one-stop shop in case anybody wants to go back and look. With that said, directors, we're very open to your questions.
Thank you very much. That was really helpful to hear. So with that, I will open us up to questions and comments. So, Director Thompson. Director Densler, and then Director Thompson, and then Director Meek.
We're playing hot potato with the questions. Thank you so much. I so appreciate the educators being here as well, and I know that you guys have worked really hard to collaborate on this, and I so appreciate it. I think that from my perspective, I know that we likely haven't accounted for every possible situation that will arise, and so I'm really looking forward to checking in with this policy down the road. I would love, and I'm sure this is in the works, but I would love for there to be some sort of sense of like what metrics we want to track, or how we're going to measure success with this to make sure that this is something feasible for our educators and for our staff. I have curiosity. In the hypothetical world where we banned all cell phones, do you anticipate that children would still be cyberbullied?
I'm sorry, Director Densler, I didn't, and you're putting chicken in your mouth and I'm asking you a question. Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that question.
I'm just wondering, in the professional experience of our seasoned educators, would children still be cyberbullied if they didn't have access to their phones during the school day?
My answer is yes, sadly, because we do not control all access to devices at all times in their lives, and there's frequently an access to school.
Right, Director Thompson?
Oh, did you? I'm elementary, but yes, I know at our morning meetings that kids talk about cyberbullying happen when they're gaming. And so cyberbullying is not just a cell phone, unfortunately. So no, I don't think it would be stopped at all because I see it with elementary children.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut off. Are there any more responses to that before? Okay, thank you. Director Thompson?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a comment about the updates for the third reading and then the alternative that was provided. So first, thank you. I liked the way that the feedback was incorporated in the third reading, and then also pairing the regulation. I think that's really helpful context to see the difference and the function of both types of policies. And so, of course, I'm always happy when we're able to pair it as soon as possible because it does help us and inform our decision making. So that is it.
Thank you. So a quick question first. Are we going to need to vote to repeal JICJ after we vote? It's struck, and so I'm just kind of curious procedurally if that's something we're supposed to do tonight.
There will be, it will be important for the board to take action, formal action to repeal that policy. It could be done this evening, but it could also be done at the next subsequent board meeting after action is taken on this policy.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So my question, comments, I guess. I was very much impacted when we had our engagements with our high school and middle school and elementary school teachers, licensed teachers. And I heard very directly that when consequences are applied, it works, the policy, and that it looks really different school to school. And with the current language, saying it may result in disciplinary action, I feel like it doesn't change what already exists in some high schools, because this is kind of what exists currently. And so that really was why I asked for the alternative language around consequences. And after speaking to advocates, they felt really strongly calling it consequences as opposed to discipline, right? So you're being really clear in the policy what the consequences are, which are immediate, and then it builds to a disciplinary action. And so that's really why I asked for the alternative language. So maybe what I'll read is what I know a lot of other districts have done, just for feedback to see what your thoughts are. So in the policy itself, it says, failure to follow the above procedures will have the following consequences. First offense, the device will be confiscated and held in the office until the end of the school day. A verbal reminder of the policy will be given. The student must pick up the device from the office after school. Second offense, the device will be confiscated and held in the office until a parent or guardian picks it up. The student will receive written warning, parent guardian will be impacted. The student may lose the privilege of temporarily accessing the device for the remainder of the semester. Third offense, the device will be confiscated and turned into administration. A disciplinary referral will be issued, and the student may receive detention, in-school suspension, or other administrative action. The student will lose the privilege of bringing CDs to school for the remainder of the school year. I mean, it's in the policy, it's very strict, and it's just consequences where it can be applied consistently. So I'm just really curious what the reaction is to that language.
I can start, and obviously. So in my research, President Meek, if looking at other districts, particularly districts close to us, and you must have found something that I didn't. I didn't see district policies that were that prescriptive. What we do see, though, and to your point, Director Meek, is schools publishing their own guidance or their own policy around communication devices. I've not seen that level of prescription at the district level, but far more at the school level. So in any case, I'll let...
It's been a conversation I think we've been trying to wrap our heads around. I think a challenge that I think a lot about is not trying to put teachers in a place where they're navigating discipline in the immediate component. I think that consistency is the challenge of what that looks like, but having to navigate of confiscating a phone in the middle of doing something, how do you navigate some of the demands, I think, around that, and does it create conflict, I think, in a classroom? And so I think we've tried to figure out how do we have guidance where we're not putting any additional potential burdens, I think, on teachers to navigate some of those things, but also we do want to make sure there's a response to your point and how we navigate that. But absolutely, I think some of our leaders and teachers can have that conversation.
That's actually really great that you bring that up. We, at our school today, we had our operational leadership team doing some planning for the new school year. And actually one of our topics was, given the draft and where the policy is right now, what as a school are we going to do to be able to enforce if, when we're put in a situation where we do have to have consequences, students are breaking that policy as far as the devices go. And, to what others were talking about in your example, having this kind of gradual piece that has some kind of consequences, educational conversations to go with it, talking with parents, working through that, and we, the teachers created this kind of gradual piece that we would be able to do as a school, not just putting it on the teachers, but then school administration as well, for us to be able to kind of take the steps to follow through. So we've taken the steps not knowing this is where you would be, or kind of thinking about that at the district level, but we as a building we're doing that in our planning for the fall as well, because we know we need to be responsive to that, and we wanted to be able to get the teacher feedback on what that's going to look like and how we want to implement, and what does kind of all the logistics of that look like, to Danny's point regarding what's the best way to do that so that it doesn't take away from the class time and we put too much on the teachers through all that, and we can kind of share that load in the enforcement of the policy.
And I think given what John was saying, maybe part of the reason why you heard that inconsistency and that hunger for that, because I hear that from our teachers too at Thunder Ridge, is we didn't have policy backing us before. So with the policy in place, I don't need additional help in saying it needs to be this and this and this. As a brand new principal at Thunder Ridge this year, like I put in place these ideas and said, this is kind of where I wanted to go. But as a new principal, I was not going to push hard on that because I didn't have policy behind me. I had my understanding of research and best practice in the direction that the staff that I had talked with said we should go. But with the policy, for me, that's sufficient. Then I would prefer to have the freedom to work with my staff on what is the right approach to use for Thunder Ridge High School so that we can respond in a way that's not burdensome to our teachers, but that still is consistent. And I think if we lean on that discipline matrix, that'll do kind of what people are looking for, in my opinion, as one speaker.
So I can speak that that's exactly what I do in my classroom already. It's exactly my policy. It goes home to the parents sign it, and it's not a burden on me. And the other thing that I notice is that once I have to do it once or twice, I don't see any more cell phones. So I don't see it as a burden, and I think laying it out that specifically is something that we should do. I think that it's a problem, and I think that having specifics, like you were saying about having something that's there that the school itself can fall back on, is something we need to do. I mean, I brought my prop tonight. If you guys have not read this book, you need to. Like, this is a problem. It's a problem. We have messed up our children, and so I think the more specific, like you were lining out, it works in my classroom.
So thank you. I know Director Geiger wants to speak next. I just want to say, I think I heard from the teachers that they wanted the specificity and their life would be easier if the board was saying, here's what the consequences are. But that was just what I heard from our community connections. Superintendent Kane and then Director Geiger.
Yeah, the only other place I would weigh in is, like Assistant Superintendent Windsor said, we believe our recommendation would be to have that live in the behavior matrix rather than in the policy, because our students are all different. So it isn't, if we're super black and white, what about a student with a disability? What about a student who's had a crisis? What about, the behavior matrix gives our schools room to think about individual students and nuanced situations, whereas they would be breaking policy if they didn't implement consequence XYZ with a student with disabilities, when perhaps that student doesn't have the maturity level or whatever it might be. It's just, there's a lot of nuance in our individual students, and I think that's one of the reasons that we structure the behavior matrix the way that we do as guidance, because it allows for that nuance of our individual kids.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Director Geiger.
I will say, just as an individual board member, I've never spent as much time thinking about a policy as this one. I've probably spoken to 100 students about it. I've spoken to directors from a dozen districts. I've had outside lobbyists contact me and spoken to them. And this is where I come down, and this is where I think I disagree with Director Meek. I've never loved putting specific consequences in policy because I think it's too rigid. I think it binds other later boards, and I think it formalizes a process that I think should be more flexible. I do believe that, for example, a student with a history of not following the rules then doesn't follow the rules on cell phones might face a different consequence than a student who's never had a problem before and is talking to his mom because they need to figure out who's going to pick up little brother. I believe, what I do want to make it clear, however, and what I think I have heard from teachers, is that this has to be communicated to the public, to the parents, that this is a policy decision from the 7 people who sit here. I don't want kids picking schools because Crest Hill doesn't enforce cell phone policy. I don't want kids picking English teachers because Ms. So-and-so or Mr. What's-his-name doesn't enforce the cell phone policy. It needs to be communicated either through the behavior matrix and in our training that this is serious, and it comes from the 7 people who make the final decisions here. We don't do this very often because most of the time we trust you guys on how to handle your schools. The state forced our hands on this, but I've read The Anxious Generation, and I've read the research, and I've talked to hundreds of people. And I gotta tell you, 2 weeks ago, I was probably in the bell-to-bell for high school, but I've come off that, in part because I'm not allowed to ignore 504 or special ed or that kind of thing. I don't believe in putting consequences in the policy, but that's only because I want everybody involved in the behavior matrix to understand that this board wants this policy to be enforced effectively, consistently, and in every single school. Now, I don't speak for the other 6 people up here, but I don't see anybody nodding their heads no. So while I'm fine with leaving it at the behavior matrix for now, I will tell you, we're going to want to know not long from now that it's being enforced consistently, and I will just throw out one piece of stats. In Florida, they had a statewide bell-to-bell, all schools. It raised the test scores for white kids, and it raised the suspension levels for black kids. That's not going to happen here. We're going to be consistent, we're going to be clear, and we're going to follow the behavior matrix no matter what we decide here. I don't think anybody on this board disagrees. This has to be very clear. Thank you.
Director Callahan,
Director Reek, if I may try to bridge a gap to the extent that there's a gap to bridge, I think we're all talking about functionally the same thing. We all need, teachers need, we all need certainty about consequences. And actually it plays out in the data a time when we asked our staff and our leaders, did they, about the flexibility given in the policy, 70% of staff and principals said they very much appreciated that. But if you go into the comments, there were a few comments of, well, shoot, what about consequences? What about that? What about that? Totally reasonable ask. And so what we are contemplating or have contemplated in the staff recommendation is that flexibility with knowledge that that certainty will come with conversations at the building through the behavior matrix and through our practices that flow from that. So ultimately, everyone will have certainty. It may be, at least per the staff recommendation, it doesn't come through explicit consequences in the board policy.
So I just have something really quick to add. One clarification. Bell to bell is 2 different things to me. Bell to bell is the minute they walk into the school until the end of the school day, they don't have anything. But bell to bell is what happens in my classroom. From the minute the bell rings to start 5th hour till the end of 5th hour, they don't have their phones. So the clarification, I think that of which one we're talking about, because the example that was given, like what if you need to talk to your parents about who's going to pick up Jimmy? Do it during passing period, not my English class. What Superintendent Kane brought up in terms of the kids that need it, I've got 2 diabetic kids in my classroom right now. They know the scoop. Their phone is in their pocket, in their backpack. They don't touch it unless their alarm goes off, and then of course I'm gonna say, let's take care of that. But I think that as teachers, we know that. Like, I think as teachers, we know that we've got kids that have extenuating circumstances that might need their phone in their backpack instead of in a phone hanger. So I think that comes down to trusting your teachers to be intelligent enough to understand that.
Thank you. Director Callahan.
I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. For those of you who don't know, I operate 2 schools that have a bell-to-bell, absolutely no cell phones. And this is the first year that we've done it, and there are a lot of unintended consequences from that choice we've made, and some are positive and some not so much. What I know is that it has created an incredible amount of work for our administrators, and we've had significant grant funding to provide tools that help to enable it that just aren't available or reasonable for a district this size. I think this proposal, as it's currently constructed, makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the different. As someone who never did real well on tests, I appreciate some multiple choice options, and would like to make a motion to repeal.
Just want to make sure everyone's had a chance to speak first, that's all, before we have a motion. So Director Thompson.
Thank you. Just for clarity, so I know the behavior matrix is common practice in the district. So do you mind just explaining how consequences are explained to students using that model?
I'll start and you want to jump in? So part of the process just in general to make sure there's a familiar understanding, not only with existing administrators, but new administrators coming in the system around the tools that are available. We do a mandatory attendance discipline bully prevention training at the beginning of the year, which we offer 2 different sessions in July and August, and all administrators as well as their administrative assistant who deal with any type of intervention, discipline, consequence-based work actually come to this training, and we do full-fledged training around, one, do we understand it, and what does potentially that application of it look like as well. And so one, we want to make sure there's a firm understanding of what that looks like. Obviously, as we have new policy like that, we actually want to walk through different scenarios around that. When we sit down with students, I think a big part of this is kind of that partnership. I think as we work with Dr. Kelly Smith and team, with our counselors, as well as with our administrators, knowing that as we're intervening in these situations, utilizing a cell phone may not be the only thing you're navigating. As a former counselor for 15 years and navigating this work, that's one of probably many things that are going on in a student's life. And so one, listen to the student to understand where they are, what is going on, just so you're not immediately jumping to say what's the consequence for this. And so first and foremost, it's one, listening to the student that we do with every single administrator as well as our counselors and our teachers to better understand what their circumstance is. And then really from there is if at times in a classroom, a teacher may say, hey, I may need some extra help with this piece, administrator, counselor could come in and work with that student. And then you walk through the scenario depending upon if it was the student is being blatantly defiant, then we work through those situations. If it's a student that's having a rough day and the parents send them, hey, I hope you have a great day, then we work through that piece as well. So I think that's where I think the flexibility and making sure we're partnering with this as a student isn't the first thing we walk into is about the consequence, but we do need to establish expectations in that. So it's an opportunity to, one, understand, educate, and then partner with the family and partner with the student to understand what your next steps are. Is typically that first step that we take, and if it's a repetitive issue, then you level up that piece and you work through that piece. So I don't know if John or any of our teachers or anybody else would like to offer out.
The way I understood your question was, how does everybody know kind of what they're doing? At the start of the school year, our students are given a letter that explains the cell phone policy. And they read through it. We kind of go over it in our RAM class. They take it home, their parents sign it, they bring it back. We're told as teachers before kids even come if there are any changes to any of the policies, including the cell phone policy. So we all start the year on equal footing.
That's what I was going to say too, is that goes home in a letter at the very beginning or in my syllabus, so they have to sign it. Question for Representative Clark Callahan. Actually, my contacts are dead. Sorry. When you said that it put a lot of extra work on your principals, the way I understand what was laid out is that it actually doesn't get to the principal stage till it's the 3rd time. At your schools, does it go to the principal the very first incident?
Yeah, not to get into a lot of detail, but the way we do it at our school is that students have to put their phone in a pouch. I don't know if you've been to a comedy show or concert, so the pouch is locked. All of that takes a lot of time and energy from administrators to make that happen.
So I know we're out of our allocated time, but I want to make sure that Director Parker and Director Ryan have an opportunity to ask questions. No? Right.
Really good, and he said really good. We made our own
Okay.
decisions.
So I know I put out a lot of potential consequence language. I have another alternative suggestion I'd like to throw out there for discussion, where it says so using the existing language that was recommended, violation of this policy or any other district, school, or classroom rule on student use of CDs will result in consequences and potential disciplinary measures, including temporary confiscation of CDs. So the intent here is that it will result in consequences, which may look different based on different situations, but there are consequences. So
Director Meek, am I right? You're just replacing may with will?
mhm,
Okay.
and adding consequences.
Sure.
You know, so right now it says may result in disciplinary measures. I'm saying will result in consequences and potential disciplinary measures, or potential disciplinary measures. So I guess I'm just really hung up on the may. Director Densler and then Director Geiger.
I think I'm like really of two minds on all of this. I think my concern there is that if there is an instance where a teacher or an administrator fails to give a consequence for a potential violation, then that could result, in my mind, into some sort of equity issue. And so you're sort of married to the idea that there is always going to be a consequence. And while I think that in a perfect world or in a district that has fewer students, that may well be the case, I am having to balance my own preference for having very explicit consequences in this policy, because as a teacher, I know that it was helpful to be able to be like, it's out of my hands, I gotta follow the policy. And even as an administrator, it was helpful to be like, out of my hands, it's up to the district. And also, this is a different district. This is a district where we do have a lot of autonomy for our individual sites. And so I want to respect that. So I so appreciate your suggestion, because I agree that it is so helpful to have consequences spelled out. And I think right now where I'm at is, and this is an imperfect position to be in, but my sort of preference right now, or my leaning, would be to adopt the policy with the behavior matrix, which some may find a little vague, and then to, again, monitor and revisit this with qualitative and quantitative data about how that was able to land. So that's, yeah, I think I answered your question in the best way that I could and then departed from it, which I apologize for.
Realize we're over time, so Director Geiger and then Director Callahan.
I've had mine clarified. I think I know what you're trying to amend. I tend to agree. My theme today is that I'm not an educator. I'm not a building expert, so I to some extent trust my COO on contracts. I am not an educator, so I trust them on textbooks. I'm not a classroom teacher or a principal, so in the end, I trust them on discipline. And that's as consistent as I can be on what I believe. I don't disagree with anything you've said, Director Meek. I just am at this point, pending further evaluation, willing to leave it to the behavior matrix. I agree that shall puts a burden on every classroom teacher, and I have a concern about that.
Okay, Director Callahan and then Director Parker did indicate that she had something.
I really appreciate the language that you're recommending, President Meek. I think it's important for a policy like this to be effective. It has to be enforced in a consistent way. And I think a consequence can be a conversation, right? It doesn't have to be a punitive thing. It can be a conversation with the teacher or administrator, reminding of what our policy is, what our expectations are. And if that's not happening consistently, I think that's where the implementation will break down and we won't be effective. So are we doing motions or are we not? Are we not there yet? Okay.
Yeah. So can I have a motion to extend our agenda item for a set time so we can make sure we meet that time?
Move to extend this discussion for another 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. Second? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so it's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Parker to extend our conversation 10 minutes. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Denzer?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Great, 7-0, 10 minutes. I'm gonna go Parker, Ryan, Thompson.
Okay. Oh, I like the specifics of Director Meek's quite little change. I like the first one. I like the outline. I understand that it might be too much for a board policy. I think that every student's different, and there might be a student. We're talking about students that violate the policy. The policy already accounts for 504 plans. The policy already accounts for crises and emergencies, and so I think it needs to be, we need more direction, and that just those 3 words, I think, can provide that. And so, I don't have a question, that's what I.
Sure, thank
opinion.
you. Director Ryan?
I have not kept it a secret the way I feel about this. I don't think that I would ever feel comfortable approving a policy that does allow for the use of cellular devices or CDs as we have them in the policy throughout the entirety of a high school day. I don't think that the benefits that people have identified outweigh the negative effects that social media and the companies that have preyed on our children to the point that they've lost lawsuits over it benefit from a policy that allows children to have access to those devices in school. I take very seriously, and I got heated at our last meeting about this, but I take very seriously that this role is about protecting student experiences, protecting their safety, and it is not protecting their safety to allow them to have access to a device that is set up to control their brain in a way that is negative and has been found so by a court of law. So that's where I land. That's where I always was going to land, and I think everybody knew that.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, just a comment on the proposed language. So I would say that I felt like the list was kind of reaching into operations, and so wasn't really in our purview for board policy. However, the new proposed language is more benign, and I don't know if I'm helping or hurting by saying this, but consequences can be positive or negative. I'm sure anybody who's listening that might be a behaviorist is going to understand what I'm speaking about, and a consequence can be as simple as a verbal redirect. And so I'm less concerned about language that says there will be a consequence. I definitely would have had an issue with there will be disciplinary action. But there will be a consequence seems reasonable because it is asking that if a staff member is seeing somebody or seeing a student accessing a device outside of the time that they're allowed, that they're going to at least say something about it. So.
Thank you. Other, Director Parker?
Yeah, Director Ryan, you're not for this, and so your suggestion would be like a complete bell-to-bell? Okay, I don't agree, but I just wanted to make sure I understood you.
Yeah, I've talked to so many students across the state that have been in districts that went bell-to-bell, and it worked, but there are unintended consequences, and I think it takes planning, and I think it takes work to get there. And so I wouldn't be supportive of a bell-to-bell at this point, but I feel like our licensed educators said to us, be bold. We need the board to provide direction in this area, and that just stuck with me. So, other comments? Director Parker?
Sorry, I'm not opposed never to a bell-to-bell. I just think that right now, we need like to build ground before we build like, yeah, walls. Like we need, right now we have nothing. And so I think implementing this policy right now, seeing how it goes, if we would ever do that, I think it would have to be gradual, and I think we would have to do more work in that. So I don't know if anyone cares, but that was my follow-up.
Right, I'm trying to help us land this plane, so we want to see Director Callahan. You are allowed to make a motion at this point.
I make a motion to adopt the language that President Meek has proposed to JICJA. Adopt option 3 on consequences and option 1 in regards to the prohibition of the use of CDs in locker rooms and bathrooms, and repeal policy JICJ.
Are we allowed to do all that in one? Repeal, okay. Okay, I see a head shake. So,
Yes.
okay, thank you. I will second that, and then we can open it up for additional clarification or comments.
If I may, President Meek, we'd like to, you're referencing Director Callahan, the alternative version, option 1, option 3. Is it okay if we bring up that version just so everybody can see what that language looks like?
It's the one that says alternative on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we could bring that up.
Thank you. So if you could scroll down, CTO Mr. Blair, please. Thank you.
I believe it's that yellow highlighted area where it says may result in disciplinary action.
So actually, Mr. Blair, if you could bring it down. So alternative 1, sorry, if you could have the highlight, that top highlight, show up with the Alt 1, Alt 2, perfect. Yeah.
So my recommended language, which I think is in the motion right now, the highlighted yellow would say, will result in consequences and potential disciplinary measures, comma, including temporary confiscation. That was what was proposed, making sure that's, and then if you want to continue.
Yep, and then for the consequence section, it's alternative 3. So if you want to scroll up so people can see that.
Either way, sorry,
Sorry,
Mr. Blair,
down.
yeah. So yes, that's second highlight, and then I think those are the 3 versions, or 3 options, I should say. No, we're good there. So that highlighted portion is the staff recommended language as to locker rooms, et cetera. And then underneath we have 3 alternatives to that language. And so Director Callahan, if I heard you right, the motion involves alternative 1?
Alternative 3
Oh, sorry,
under
alternative
consequences, and then alternative 1. Can you read them? Yes.
I'm sorry, it might be helpful to read the language.
Yep, so for alternative 3, it says violation of this policy or any other district, school, or classroom rule or regulation on student use of CDs may result or will result in consequences or temporary confiscation of the CD. Confiscated devices shall be returned to the student and may require a conference with a parent, guardian, student, and school personnel if the building principal or designee believes a student's possession or use of a CD may involve a violation of the law. The building principal or designee may also refer the matter to law enforcement. And then the alternative language for the use of CDs in locker rooms reads, student use of CDs with camera and/or video recording capabilities is prohibited in locker rooms, bathrooms, or any other location where such use could violate another person's reasonable expectation of privacy.
Okay, so clarification, when I seconded, I was not realizing your suggestion was both the highlighted yellow and the alt language. I think the alt language replaces the highlight, and that's probably what you meant the whole time. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do.
So your motion would replace what's highlighted in yellow there with the alt 3, using consequences in it.
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Is there a comment? Sorry.
So for clarification, maybe just for understanding, are we saying that, am I hearing that the yellow part that is up there would be replaced with alt 1? Is that what I heard?
With alt 3.
With alt 3.
Is, I think, the recommendation. My original intent was just keeping the yellow and not using the alt, so it was less. It was.
Yeah, which I just, yeah.
So,
Yeah, go ahead, see.
sorry,
Oh, there's an additional section on locker rooms and everything that is the bottom of page 2.
Yeah.
Are you on the bottom of page 2?
sorry, and if I may, Director Meek, and I tried real hard to make this as clear as possible, and obviously I failed miserably. So that highlighted portion, I think as you referenced, President Meek, as staff recommended language as to cameras, et cetera, in locker rooms, et cetera. And the 3 alternative pieces of language go to that highlighted portion. So the idea would be that, yeah, and then the same thing with the language above, the highlighted portion is staff recommended, and then we have the alternatives for the board to consider underneath that. So does the board so the board seems focused on this particular portion, or do we need to move up?
Well, I think it's both portions.
Gotcha.
So both of the highlighted yellow portions. So let's take one at a time.
Sure. Thank you.
Honestly, when I made my original comment, I was fine with the highlighted yellow if we just made those edits. And then.
Mark, if you can move it up, please.
Friendly amendment. Okay.
If you can move it up, Mark, sorry.
I
know you're
would
trying,
like to
sorry.
hold to the alt.
So the second part that you want to move to. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear, because this is the motion. The highlighted yellow on the bottom of page 1 would be altered to read, violation of this policy or any other district, school, or classroom rule on the student use of CDs will result in consequences and potential disciplinary measures, comma, including temporary confiscation of the CDs. That's what it would read. No alt language, okay? Thumbs up with my co-motioner. And then when you scroll down, you get to the next highlighted yellow section. And Director Callahan's request was to replace that yellow section with alternative 2 language on the bottom.
Alt 1.
Oh, it was alt 1, okay, alt 1 language, which reads, student use of CDs with cameras and/or video recording capabilities is prohibited in locker rooms, bathrooms, or any other location where such use could violate another person's reasonable expectation of privacy. So that's what would read in the highlighted yellow section, correct?
Is the board open to comments on that? We don't want to overstep.
Sure, yes.
I think part of the conversation that we've been trying to engage is, one, is how do you actively monitor, I think, some of those things of going in and looking for phones and in bathrooms as well and not intruding on privacy is also part of the challenge that we've been trying to navigate. So I think that's where some of the yellow language came. If there's wrongful use, absolutely, that's not just a cell phone violation. That's a much larger issue we would be navigating, I think, in discipline that we would work through. And I would say discipline in that circumstance, just around wrongful use of that piece. But I can absolutely have our school leaders speak to that as well too.
Any of you want to?
My question was it just says video use, so could somebody tape and that would be okay? Without a video recording? Yeah, like an audio recording, because it just says video recording. If it's a privacy issue, shouldn't it cover both?
So I think the reason I'm advocating for alternative one is I think it's important to teach young people that it is inappropriate to be in a space where people are vulnerable in different ways, and to have a CD out in that space, because it can create a feeling that, with our devices today, you don't know what somebody's doing with the device, right? And so it's not appropriate to have those devices out when people are in a vulnerable state in those spaces. And so that's why I think it's important that we use Alt-1 language to help young people understand that those are not appropriate places to have a CD out.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I just want to super clarify for everyone here, student use of CDs with cameras or video, et cetera. I think that's really a really important distinguish from possession of. One of our concerns as staff was like, are we having them leave them on the floor outside? So I think use of gets to some of the concerns that were expressed here versus possession of.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yep.
And that's the difference between.
And if I may, President Meek, I
Sure.
know we're tight. One of the rationales for the staff recommended language was, so for example, adults will go into a gym, go into a locker room, and there's a sign in there that says, don't take pictures, et cetera. But what you'd see very commonly is somebody walking into the gym, maybe they've been listening to Audible or the case might be, or they're looking at a website just very innocently in a locker room, not taking any pictures of anybody else. And so what we didn't want to do is necessarily set up our staff to have to, monitor, one, the possession of it, but two, assess, well, what are they doing exactly with it? And if I have it out, just to have it out, is that use or is that just possession? And so that's why we landed on the language that we landed on. I think use introduces a level of enforcement, a burden of enforcement that could get tricky. And listen, I'm up for our colleagues up here having a different take.
Yeah,
The board is
and
okay
you
with
mentioned that concern last time too, right, around students having it out as they're walking in, and I feel like that will be something that they'll have to understand. Phones away, I'm going into this area. I mean, it's kind of like phones away, I'm going into a classroom, right? I guess I look at it that way too, right? So I am sorry this has gone on a lot longer. And Director Geiger, you're the one that asked to extend the time, and we're well over the time that we allocated. So it's a really important, yeah, it's a really important conversation. And so there is a motion on the table and a second. I'm going to reiterate. You look confused.
Yeah, no,
right?
I forget what
Yeah.
it is now.
I know, that's my job, is to remember that. So the motion is to adopt the alternative JICJA policy with the highlighted yellow at the bottom of the first page, revised to read, will result in consequences and potential disciplinary measures, including temporary confiscation of the CDs. And scrolling down the next yellow section in the mid part of page 2, The language would be replaced with the Alt 1 language that reads, "Student use of CDs with cameras and/or video recording capabilities is prohibited in the locker rooms, bathrooms, or any other locations where such use could violate another person's reasonable expectation of privacy." And the motion includes repealing policy JICJ. That is what's on the table. Any further discussion before we take a vote?
Sorry, President Meek, just to clarify, JIHA would be the policy that would be repealed.
I'm sorry.
HA, I believe.
I think it looks like JICJ is what's struck in our board package.
I believe it's JIHA,
Oh.
sorry.
It says JIHA on the agenda, it says JICJ on,
Policy itself
on the
that's
policy
struck.
that's struck out. Yes. Those are,
Maybe pull up the attachment while
Sorry,
we're-
I take responsibility
just
for that.
making
That should
sure.
be JIHA, that would
Director
be struck,
Thompson?
I'm sorry.
So I just have a question. So if we move to that alternative one language, what that means, so how that translates in practice is we're communicating it's prohibited, right? But like, so you find out it happens, it's dealt with, it's prohibited behavior, it probably has a different level on the behavior matrix. But we're not, the expectation is not that we're monitoring bathrooms, that, right? Like that's how we're all interpreting what that would mean.
I think that's some of the hope, because I'm not sure how we would monitor that as well, knowing that if it does come arise, there's adult, we would absolutely engage in that conversation with a student, but to that point of not seeking administrator staff in a restroom or a locker room to try to monitor that would just be, I think it's some of the worries that I think we were having as well.
it is.
I just know where we originally didn't have this language in there, the response was, oh, it's covered in another policy because it was a violation, right? If a student were doing that, it would be considered a violation. So I don't think in the other, I think it's identifying that something has happened and it's a problem, but maybe I'm looking at that incorrectly. Director Callahan.
And certainly my intent is not that we're monitoring locker rooms or restrooms. I do think it's important that a young person could say to either another young person or to an administrator, every time I'm in the locker room and I'm getting dressed, so-and-so has their phone out, and I don't know what they're doing, but it makes me uncomfortable. And they have a policy or something that they can point to that says like, yeah, like you can't have your phone out when people are getting dressed. Like it's just not appropriate. And there's a clear policy to point to that provides an administrator, some backing to say like, yeah, whoever, like you can't do that.
All right, Director Geiger.
To me, this is giving coaches, it's giving everybody else, this is a bright line. The coach can say in the locker room, guys, no phones. Absolutely no phones. I don't care if you're using them to call your mom. I don't care if you're using them to text your girlfriend. Wrongful use to me allowed a level of interpretation that I think in this particular case, in this particular way, and again, I leave it to you as to what consequences come. I don't expect you to be knocking on doors. But if somebody comes out and says, June has got her cell phone on again in the policy, you can come and say, June, you know the rules. No cell phones in the bathrooms. That's just a no. Again, where that goes from there, trust you guys. But I have got no problem drawing a line at the bathroom and the locker room door.
Great. So it's going to be a really long night for us because we have a lot more to do. With that, if I don't see any strong objections, the motion's on the table. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Denzler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
No.
Director Thompson.
I'm an aye.
All right, the motion passes 6-1. Thank you all. I know it's late.
It's for the folks on.
I was thinking about when I was here last time for this. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having this conversation, and I hope that it continues to happen. I would like to see, as a staff member, data from our admins on behavior matrices and if this is really working and are we being consistent across the district. And I also believe, as an elementary school teacher who sees kindies having a better phone than me, that we continue this conversation with parents and the community, because I am fearful of the future and what is happening. But I was thinking about how you were adamant on a no last time, and in my heart, oh yeah, I would really love that bell to bell as my last child goes through high school. But I do, and I hope we continue this conversation, and maybe we're gonna get there. But I did have agreement with you in that aspect. But I also thought about, I know of a situation of a child who's out of high school, and it's bell to bell for class. So during a passing period, this child had texted safe to tell. Not because someone was bullying them, but because they were concerned for their own safety. And the SRO and the counselor was able to help this kiddo. And so sometimes I think we focus on all the negative things, but I think for that one child, the opportunity to text safe to tell and for them to get the help they needed immediately, not going home to an empty home, there's always an exception, right? But I do totally agree that there is a danger with cell phones, and I love that we are having this conversation, and I wanted to share that with you last time. I
Lydia,
appreciate
right?
you.
Lydia, thank you. I mean, obviously, this is a very complex, right? It's complex, and I think everyone up here is trying to make the best choice possible, but I have heard very strongly that the board really does want to take a look at outcome data, see if it's working, see what revisions need to be made, and then all of your time and effort has really helped us land this decision, so thank you very much, and hope you have a nice evening. I know it's late, so thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 10.3, Board Policy IKF, graduation requirements. We're adding the personal finance literacy to the policy. This is a second reading, and I will now, we only have 5 minutes scheduled for this, so I'll just open it up if there's any final questions. As a second reading, it doesn't always have questions. If there are no questions, I will take a motion to approve the proposed updates to Board Policy IKF graduation requirements.
So moved. Second.
All right, I'm gonna give it to Director Geiger and Director Callahan as seconding the approval of the proposed updates to Board Policy IKF graduation requirements. The motion's now open for any discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Densler.
Aye.
Geiger.
Aye.
Meek, aye. Parker.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next item we have is the legislative updates for a 5-minute discussion. I will turn it over to Directors Geiger and Densler for the update.
Well, I had notes, can't find them. Biggest news is the school finance bill has passed out of the Senate Education Committee, has moved to the Senate Appropriations. Based on the calculations currently listed, Douglas County would get a $13 million increase over last year, which is 1.8%. You can calculate how far that falls short of inflation on your own. Goes to Senate Appropriations on Friday, assuming it clears Senate Appropriations without substantial changes. It will then go to the House, where there may or may not be amendments on that. Bottom line is, probably this year, we're gonna hold the line on money, and the can has been kicked down the road another year. Our reading assessment, kindergarten reading assessment bill has passed the House and the Senate. It is sitting on the governor's desk. It will likely become law without the governor's signature. He will neither veto nor sign it. Just a shout out to Representative Hamrick. She and her staff have passed a bill requiring all coaches to take mandatory concussion recognition and treatment training. That has passed the Senate, passed the House, has to go back to the Senate for some concurrence. But that does not appear to face any more problems, so our coaches will get a little bit more training on how to recognize and deal with concussions. Everything else is held up while they try to get the long bill and the other finance bills through. There may be some late bills come in, but they're gonna have to find money, and there ain't many. So there's the short legislative update. If any of you have any other questions about any particular bill, please reach out to me.
Any questions from directors or additional information? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. I will move us forward to item 10.5, Monitoring Report EL7, School Safety, Security, and Social Emotional Wellness. We have a 10-minute discussion scheduled for this. I just want to remind everyone, this monitoring report had a first reading through the process the board used prior to what we all agreed to in February, where the board collectively agreed on a new structure and process for monitoring moving forward. At our last board meeting, the board agreed that it would not require an update to the monitoring report that was presented to the board previously in the November board meeting. And you know, I'm kind of struggling with this because how do you monitor something that hasn't, like our process is wonky right now. We have a bit of a conflict. So we're determining compliance based on the policy and the evidence provided, not the format of the report. And while the report will change moving forward, our role tonight is determine whether this report reasonably demonstrates compliance with EL7. I'd like to remind everyone we had an in-depth presentation earlier this evening on safety and security in this area, and that when we look at the new monitoring cycle, this one has been proposed to be monitored in 6 months in October. So I am wondering if the board would entertain a motion where the board acknowledges receipt and prior review of EL7 monitoring report on November 11th, 2025, and the extensive presentation on this topic tonight, given the board's transition to a new monitoring structure and expectations, and the board's prior direction not to require revisions to this report, the board will defer a formal compliance determination until the October monitoring cycle. The board expects that the October report will be aligned to the adopted monitoring framework and that sufficient evidence will be provided to support compliance.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Geiger. I'll open it up for discussion. Thoughts?
I would only say I appreciate Director Thompson's questions. I think they helped educate and will inform the next version of EL7.
Again, I struggled trying to figure out how we were going to monitor this one, given it isn't built in a way that we said we would review it for compliance. And so I struggled with what makes the most sense. So that was all I would add. And I do appreciate all of the questions that were submitted and believe that it will result in a better report in 6 months. Other discussion? Director Thompson.
It's taking me just a second to process, because I think I would have struggled with a compliance vote tonight, and it would have been frustrating once again to be a no, because I don't feel like it's beneficial at all. So now I'm just trying to process like my own like ethical meter on this. It's in 6 months. I do agree.
I'm happy to read it again if that's helpful too for anyone.
I think the evidence is presented and public. Yeah, I'm just processing.
Any other questions or discussion before we call a vote? Director Thompson.
Can you just say the language one more time?
Oh, sure. So, moving that the board acknowledge receipt and prior review of EL7 monitoring report on November 11th, 2025, and the extensive presentation on this topic tonight, given the board's transition to a new monitoring structure and expectations, and the board's prior direction not to require revisions to this report, the board will defer a formal compliance determination until the October monitoring cycle. The board expects that the October report will be aligned to the adopted monitoring framework and includes sufficient evidence to support a clear compliance determination. Director Thompson.
Okay, so as I'm thinking through it, I have so much confidence in how safety and security is handled in this district. And so I'm okay with this because we have all that information, and that really the challenge that I'm having is just how the data is being presented in the report. So.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Seeing no other comments, I'll go ahead and just making sure there's no other comments. Deep thinking. Okay, a lot of deep thinking. All right, roll call. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. And we have one more monitoring report, EL12 on student accommodations. And we have 10 minutes scheduled for this conversation. And as we move through each of the elements of the monitoring report, the board will determine whether the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable and whether the evidence provided is sufficient to demonstrate compliance. The process we discussed was whether a majority of the board has concerns. We'll open it up for further conversations. And with that, give me a minute to pull out my copy so I can follow along as we go through it. Okay, great. All right, so we will start with EL12 monitoring report. We'll start with item number, and I'll give, pages maybe. Pages are cut off. So we'll start with item number 1, and then from item 12.1, we'll go to 12.2. So we're going to go through it in order. We're going to start with 12.1. Please raise your hand if you have any concerns regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for 12.1. Seeing no hands. We'll move to step 2 for determining evidence compliance. So with that, does any director have a concern that the item does not provide sufficient evidence of compliance with the current interpretation for item 12.1? I see 2 hands. I think there's not a majority of the board, so we will continue. item 12.2. For item 12.2, the report shows compliance with exceptions noted for this section. I'll start with asking about any concerns with interpretation being reasonable for 12.2.
Just found it, I figured that would help.
I think you're going by the bottom line, 14.
All right, so we're on 12.2. Any concerns with the interpretation being reasonable? Seeing none, I will go to concerns that the evidence does not demonstrate compliance, although this one does have compliance with exceptions. So anything further on this one? 12.2? No? All right, so I'm going to take us to 12.3. If you're looking at 12.3, are there concerns of the interpretation not being reasonable? I see 1, 2. Okay. Not seeing a majority, I will go to the evidence is accepted as demonstrating compliance for 12.3. Raise your hand if you feel like the evidence is not in support of it being in compliance. See 1. Okay. I'm going to move us to 12.4. Same question. Is there a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for item 12.4? Okay. Not seeing that, I will move us to, does any director have a concern that the item does not provide sufficient evidence of compliance with the current interpretation? I see 1, and currently not seeing a majority. I will take us to 12.5. Please raise your hand if you have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for item 12.5. Right, not seeing anyone, I will ask whether any director has a concern that the item does not provide sufficient evidence of compliance with the current interpretation for 12.5. Seeing 2. We have worked our way through with a majority not indicating a concern with compliance on 12.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, acknowledging compliance with exceptions noted in 12.2. And I will ask for a motion to accept the monitoring report as demonstrating compliance.
Move to accept the monitoring report as DDL 12.
Second.
So Director Geiger has moved and Callahan has seconded that the monitoring report that the monitoring report has been assessed and demonstrates compliance. I will open it up for any further discussion. Director Thompson.
So it's in compliance because the superintendent has noted it's compliant with exceptions?
Actually, that can change the compliance motion for sure.
Okay, so then the motion is that the opinion of the superintendent that it's compliant with exceptions noted should be changed to being fully compliant. Okay.
So are you moving to amend the motion to read?
I was clarifying what the motion was.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was read that way, so.
My motion was to adopt EL 12 as written, which includes the exceptions in my mind. I never said it was fully compliant.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Any further questions, discussion? With that, I know it's getting late. I will take roll call. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Denzler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
No.
And Director Thompson.
No.
All right, so that passes 5-2. And with that, we are moving on to Board of Education reports. We'll now move to item 11, Board of Education reports. We only scheduled 5 minutes for updates tonight. During agenda planning, we realized the communication device policy might go long, and it went long. So just to be really succinct, all I'm gonna share as board president is that agenda planning will take place this Thursday at 10:30 a.m. at Legacy Campus for the May 12th regular meeting. As always, all board directors are invited to participate, and it's open to the public. I will open it up to Vice President if there's anything. Nothing. And then I'll open up for any other directors, starting with Director Geiger.
Just two things. One, my appreciation to the superintendent and COO Malay for the tour of the proposed new administration building. That was in fact instructive and interesting. And I cannot not speak unless I talk about the celebration of cultures that was held here on the 9th. It was exciting. It was a full house. I believe that 6 of the directors were able to attend, which was greatly appreciated. The food was lovely, the dancing better.
Director Denzler, anything else?
Just to echo Director Geiger's remarks, I went to both of those events and really appreciated the opportunity to see the Meridian property. I've been able to tour some of our charter schools since our last meeting, and just have really, really enjoyed getting out to see our amazing educators and students.
Thank you. All right, Director Parker.
The normal secretary update will just be in the board minutes. I emailed it just for the sake of time, but we had lots of contacts with lots of things. And then I was able to tour 2 schools in District B and went to the event of the language and cultures, and the dancing was great, and yeah.
Thank you. All right, Director Ryan.
It's been a busy month, but I'll just list what happened. 2 LRPC sessions that we submitted updates for. Douglas County High School had their International Baccalaureate Middle Years program for the sophomores. I got to go to that. Had a very interesting conversation with one of the students who was very concerned with kitchen safety, and that was wonderful. We did the classified staff community connections. That was great. I toured STEM and Renaissance. Went to the Apple Awards. Wanted to shout out my alma mater, Larkspur, winning one of the Apple Awards. And then we had State of the District as well. That was very informative, I think, for the folks that attended and well presented. And then Celebration of Languages and Culture, which was wonderful.
Thank you. Director Thompson.
Yeah, congrats to our Apple Award winners. This is the first year I think I've missed it. I was really disappointed, but we had another commitment way in advance on the same day. And I would just mention the FOC meeting, there was a presentation on health and benefit costs. It was really, really informative and to understand what drives costs, but then also how the district's responsive in providing really helpful coverage and unique options for staff. So I'll try to share the presentation.
Thank you all. Thanks for doing that very quickly, Director Geiger.
One very quick thing, the day after our last meeting, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert joined us here for a tour of the Legacy campus. Three of us were able to find some time to go with her. She asked relevant questions, seemed very interested in what we were doing here, and two of our aeronautics students cornered her in the hallway to talk about appointments to the Air Force Academy.
They were so excited. They were, yes, they were very excited, so. All right, with that, item 12 is executive session. The next item is to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, subsection 4, paragraph F, subparagraph 1, to discuss a personnel matter, specifically to monitor the performance of the superintendent as it relates to board policy EL5. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for the previously stated purpose?
Second.
All right, Director Callahan moved and Director Geiger seconded that we go into executive session. As a reminder, this requires a 5% vote. So I will go ahead and roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
Right, the motion passes 7-0. Joining us in executive session, in addition to the board, will be Superintendent Aaron Kane. We will reconvene for adjournment at the conclusion of the executive session. Live streaming is ending now.